We are live.
All right. Welcome everyone to this meeting of the Campbell Union High School District. It is 5:01 p.m. Can we please have a roll call?
Trustee Gallagher,
Here.
Trustee Aerosmith,
Here.
Trustee Brown,
Here.
Trustee Goitia,
Here.
Trustee Verich.
All right. We're all here. Item 1C is the adoption of tonight's closed session agenda. Is there a motion?
Move to do that.
Second.
All right. Motion by Linda, second by Robert. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Goitia,
Aye.
and Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, with a 5-0 vote, we have a closed session agenda. The items are disclosed on our agenda and are found on board docs. I'll check right now to see if there are any public comments on any of our closed session agenda items. And there are not. So at this point, the board will adjourn to closed session. We will be back around 6 p.m. Board members, you should have the link in your Google Calendar.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. The board is just finishing up in closed session, so we should be back out in about 5 minutes. Thank you for your patience.
That's not. Second.
All right, we're just waiting for a couple more people and then we'll get started. All right, if you are back and you're a trustee, there we go. Okay, cool. All right, welcome everyone. We are back. It is 6:14 p.m. I call this meeting back to order. Just as a reminder, this meeting is being live streamed on the internet, and so if you interact with this meeting, your likeness will show up on that recording. The board is returning from closed session where we did not take any action. Because the board members tonight are joining via teleconference, all votes tonight will be recorded via a roll call. While there's no physical location available for the public to join, members of the public may submit a request to speak through the public comment card available on the district's website and on board docs. Item 3B is the Pledge of Allegiance. Would anyone like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening? See none, if you please mute and rise. Join with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Item 3C is to approve tonight's agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion by Christina, second by Robert. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
trustee Brown,
Aye.
trustee Goitia,
Aye.
and trustee Verich.
All right, with the 5-0 vote, we have an agenda. Item 4A on that agenda is recognitions. 4B is our City of San Jose Truck Sign Design Contest winner. And we do have some guests in the Zoom. Dr. Bravo, should I let them in?
Sure.
Great.
Tonight, we're recognizing Branham High School student Hannah McCarthy.
Hello, Hannah.
Hello.
I just want to, yeah, they just joined and are connecting to audio, so we can wait till they get a little check mark. There we go.
Okay, well, we're recognizing Miss Hannah McCarthy, student at Branham High School. And she is the winner of the City of San Jose's Truck Sign Design Contest. So her winning artwork is soon going to be enlarged and placed on San Jose recycling and garbage trucks.
Wow.
And do we have the image?
Yeah, the image is on the board docs.
You want
Oh,
to
but I don't know if we
put
have
it
it to present.
How about on the screen?
Let's see, John, do you have that?
Here it comes.
There it is.
Oh, wow.
There it is.
Wow,
Awesome.
look at this.
So the winning design promotes a
No.
critical recycle right message. No food, no liquid, no problem. And I know that always gets my goat because I live in an apartment building and I go out to the back dumpster for recycling and I see pizza boxes in there,
Yeah.
right? So no, clean things, not dirty things. So the signs will help inform residents about the importance of keeping food and liquids out of the recycling cart. And I think it was Trustee Brown that made me aware of this, that this had taken place. You want to add anything, Trustee?
Sure. So I think many of you now know that I just became an employee of the city of San Jose. And when I saw the announcement of the winner of this contest and saw that it was a Branham student, I was really pleasantly surprised by all of that. And to me, when I saw this design, I thought, wow, this is really, really, really creative. And then I thought about Hannah as a freshman in high school, making that transition in the middle of the pandemic, and still being able to create this beautiful piece of artwork and win this citywide contest. I think that this is a great example of, listening to Amanda Gorman yesterday in the inauguration at the end, and she was talking about, one of the things she said, there's always light if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it. And I think this is a great example of that, because instead of, allowing the impacts of all the things that we know our students are feeling about distance learning and isolation and all that other stuff, still creating something this beautiful. And this, that's going to have such an impact in the city. And I'll just give you a quick fun fact. This selection was, there were over 40 entries from public, private, and charter schools across San Jose. And when we talk about garbage trucks and recycling trucks, we're talking about hundreds, if not thousands, of trucks that are managed by multiple service providers that service the city. So this is really a big deal. And I just wanted to say congratulations to Hannah and congratulations, McCarthy's.
Thank you.
That's terrific.
It's awesome. Great job figuring it out. And I mean, I just love looking at it. I can't wait to see one of the trucks and say, I know who did that.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Hannah, do you have any budding goals in mind for yourself for post-high school? You're just starting out, but.
Yeah, I think that I want to go to college for something art related, definitely. And this was just a great start for that.
It's a great start for your portfolio, girlfriend. That's really something.
Yeah, thank you.
I just watched a thing on recycling, a documentary, and it's called wish cycling, when somebody puts a pizza box in the recycling because it ain't going to get recycled. Anyway, nice job. Looks great, Hannah.
It is great.
Looking forward to seeing a truck with that on there.
Yeah, I'm excited. You're going to have us out at the curb every morning on our recycling day, wondering if this is the day we get to see it. Yeah, this is something to look forward to.
Yes, me too. I'm going to be on the corner waiting for it too.
Yeah, it'll
Do you know when?
It'll make bringing the cans in a bit fun.
Yes, I think it's coming sometime in January, hopefully before the end, definitely, but I'm hoping soon.
You're waiting for your phone call.
Well done.
Thank you.
Your parents are in the Zoom, I see. Yeah, hi. You must be really proud of her. This is wonderful. Do you have other students in our schools?
We have a son who graduated in 2019 from Branham. So we are totally a Branham family. We're a CUHSD fam, and we're so proud of her. She really is super creative. She's always sort of had that natural bent, and this has been a great outlet for her. Started when she was in elementary school, really kicked in middle school through her art program, and she just really blossomed with this, and we're so proud of her.
Thank you for joining us tonight.
Oh yeah, no problem, of course.
All right. Well, thank you both so much for joining, and Hannah, congratulations. This is such a huge honor. We're really proud you're one of our students. So please, if you get a photo of it, you know, in action, or you running behind the truck or something with it in the background, let us know. Send it over. We'd love to see it.
And no, he didn't suggest running behind a truck.
No, not behind. No, on the sidewalk. Clearly on the sidewalk. Very safely. Okay.
No, can you wait a minute? Can you imagine this? Okay, so Hannah's out on the curb. She sees the truck. There it is. It has her art on it. So she waves up and calls out to the truck driver, "Sir, could you stop for a moment so I can take a selfie? Because that's my art." Can you imagine the truck driver?
All right. We'll end on that. Thank you both so much for joining. And yeah, I hope you have a good rest of your week.
Thank you for the recognition.
Yeah.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
All right. So hard act to follow, but next up we have our student board member reports. Take it away.
I don't know how to follow that, but we'll try. So we're going to switch schools this semester. So I'll be reporting Boynton, Lee, and Prospect for the rest of it. And then Riley will take the other 3 schools that we have. So for Boynton, 19 students have graduated this year so far. 21 students earned a GPA with 3.19 or greater, and 2 students actually earned a 4.0 GPA. Staff has been making daily phone calls for each class period. A student is marked absence, which kind of provides some motivation for a student to log on to class because they know that the phone call will be coming. So that's something that they've been seeing success in. And then Liz Tovar, the assistant principal, and Danny Chavez have done 75 home visits as a way to check in with the families. They're all practicing social distancing and wear masks, and have to complete a health screening every morning before they arrive. So they're doing it really safely, but also checking in with the families. At Lee, the student-led Lee's Giving Tree gift drive ended with more than $4,000 for gifts for families. Next month, ASB has a Lunar New Year celebration prepared. Lee's Embrace Relief Club was able to raise $2,000 for refugee relief. Book pickups went smoothly just a few weeks ago. And then there's a current affairs town hall on January 13th where students could discuss current events in a safe and respectful space. At Prospect this week, they have the Spring Club Rush. Underclassmen and juniors have already started selecting their classes for the next school year. AP Info Night is actually happening tonight with a student panel. There was a virtual video game tournament signups, which is happening until the end of the week. And then the College and Career Center hosted a scholarship and financial aid workshop.
Yep, and for my schools, I had Branham is doing ASB planning to release their Winter Wishes rally video in replacement of the annual rally that they do in person. They've also been delivering wishes the past few weeks and are possibly considering a drive-in style viewing. There have been info sessions for certain AP classes. The Wellness Center advertises stress, trauma resources amid much of the recent events, but also just continue to reach out to students. The class of 2025 Parent Night is next Tuesday, and they do have continuation of small group sports workouts and student senate meetings. There have also been counselors planning out presentations and will meet one-on-one with students for how students can register for classes as course programming has begun. For Del Mar, there's a virtual meeting for parents and students interested in enrolling or learning about IB classes. The Principal Lopez sends out a newsletter each week informing students about events and updates on campus. ASB approved their budget for the second semester spending, and Key Club and NHS are holding fundraisers this week, and other clubs are getting more signups as well. And then for Westmont, there was a workshop with the school CUHSD counselor, and which is something that they will be continuing throughout the semester. The College and Career Center continues to host various events with workshops, especially on financial aid and scholarships for seniors. There were 2 AP student panel sessions, one for STEM and one for humanities. They answered a lot of underclassmen questions as well as they picked their classes for next year. Shrek the Musical will be performing in the spring semester and is currently auditioning, and issue 4 of The Shield was released.
So for what's working, most of the college and career centers have set up workshops for college help. So a lot of seniors have been using those resources. Teachers have been extending some times for tests. So in case anything goes wrong with technology, they have been lenient. The connectivity hubs are helpful for the students who are using it. Teachers had a slow start to homework this semester, so students were really appreciative of that. Many teachers simplified their final exams. They opted for shorter tests, unit exams, or projects instead of the full-length cumulative exams, which helped a lot with student stress. And teachers have been experimenting with more engaging teaching styles where they've shifted their from lectures to more interactive curriculums. And athletes are still able to train with coaches under health guidelines, as students are enjoying that as well.
And then for what is not working, in-class participation levels have significantly decreased compared to the first semester, just because of some of the continuities of online learning. In addition, many seniors have lost their motivation, have a difficult time paying attention to their classes. Some students not respond to their teachers' questions at all, even when teachers specifically ask them to answer and participate in class discussions. Also, after an SAC member spoke to one of the teachers on campus, there are concerns about how the planned circumstance behind testing this year will work. So with AP and SAT testing, and just wanted more information on that. Canvas occasionally glitches and notifications for assignments and stuff do not always appear. I know I had a teacher a couple days ago posted something but didn't show up until the day of. Several students with Tuesday power outages based on the windstorms that happened could only use phones during the day. Some teachers still gave them timed exams and did not give them excuses when they were not able to log on. It would be helpful to have some standard protocol when students have technological barriers. And then attendance engagement for teacher outreach has remained a little low. And there are lots of reports of just declining mental health that came from across our SAC.
And then in terms of what we've been doing, we had our first SSAC meeting of the semester where we discussed efforts about mental health and progress in terms of reopening. And then we're going to be starting our site visits in 2 weeks. So we're really excited for that. So we'll be planning out the questions and things and I'll give you updates once we have them. Some other news, Vedant Patel, who is a Brenham alumni, is one of President Biden's assistant press secretaries. So the Brenham's journalism team wrote a great article about his accomplishments and his journey. And I just wanted to give him a shout out because that's something that's really cool. And then please continue to wear masks and social distance. We're not out of the pandemic, and I would want to see all the seniors before I graduate.
Yes, and in addition to that, we've been doing a lot of semester planning, just the two of us, on kind of what we would like to accomplish and just planning out future meeting dates. We will also be presenting later at this meeting a summary of what we did last semester and a lot of the things we're going to be continuing. So then, yeah, just it's good to be back.
Thank you both so much. I know y'all have your presentation in a little bit, so we'll hear from you again soon. Board, any questions for now? Great.
Great report.
All right, item 6, public comments. The board welcomes comments from the public. If you'd like to address the board, please fill out the digital blue card that's located on our website and on board docs and turn it in. You'll be called on to comment when your item is reached on the agenda. If the item is not on the agenda, you will comment at this time. Provisions of the California Brown Act preclude any action being taken on any item that does not appear on the posted agenda for action. Oral presentations and communications to the board are limited to 3 minutes per person and 20 minutes per topic. We have 6 cards, digital cards. 2 are not related to an item, and so we'll call them now. Can we get Jack Robertson on the line?
All right, Kalen,
All right, hi, Jack. You're on with the board. You have 3 minutes. Take it away.
All right, thanks for having me, guys. My name is Jack Robertson. I'm the senior class president, the commissioner of the Inclusion and Diversity Commission. I'm the member of the football and the golf team. I'm involved in journalism at my school. It's safe to say that myself, along with the rest of my seniors, enjoy and love going to school. Being at school, I think, can be split up into two main categories, in my opinion. The first one being the academic side, the other being the social side. Being at school and having that face-to-face interaction and relationship with a teacher, I don't think can be recreated over a Zoom call. For me personally, finding motivation is the hardest part. When it comes to my role as a senior class president, seeing my class every day at school and outside of school, it kind of gives me motivation to go out and try my hardest to plan events that I think the seniors will enjoy. But on Zoom, some people have their cameras on and some have them off. But either way, I don't think that the cameras can equal the in-class participation. I feel like distance learning is also hard on the teachers. Learning new technology is hard, but learning to teach in a way that has never been done before is even harder. Teachers have told me how they miss going to school every day and seeing their students. That looking at them on Zoom, whether it's when they have their cameras on or off, makes it really hard to get engaged in a conversation and ask questions. Socially, we're missing out on events like sports games, rallies, and graduation. Us seniors also have never had a prom. Most people get to go to like 2, maybe 3 proms, but the class of 2021 has never been to one. So we don't get to have our last homecoming or attend our last winter ball. All these events that us students are looking forward to throughout the year. So attempting to go back to school in any form would be greatly appreciated by myself, the seniors, and the rest of the school. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. All right, and our next call is Rafael Alapont Betancourt, speaking about credit recovery program.
All right, we are ready, Rafael.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Bravo. This is Rafael Alapon. I'm the math teacher at Prospect High School and the one doing with my other colleagues credit recovery on Saturdays. I just want to inform you that the reason I'm doing this is because this is the highest failing rate that I ever done as a teacher. Different from the measurements that I've been taking by the district, I have special protocols that I use in order to ensure my safety because I'm a high risk teacher. I won't be able to do that 5 days a week, but I can do it at least once a week on Saturdays on my time for 3 hours with them. This model that I'm using works for my students that were not doing well with distance learning. And I'm pretty excited that most of the students that did participate improved their grade scores during the first semester. Now we're going to offer this during second semester for the credit recovery for the other people that did fail. The protocols that I use for this is all my students have to check their temperature. They must wear a face mask mandatory, face shield, plus in our rooms, in my room specifically, we have also the shields for the desk, and I have 2 air purifiers that clean the air frequently, so I feel comfortable being in my room. It's almost like being in the hospital. It's been successful, but I don't think it should be used as a model to reopen the schools, like some people have been mentioning that. I think Dr. Bravo and Ms. Herman and Trustee Barrich have stopped by and see the success. And I feel pretty excited about it and being part of it. That's all I want to say to you guys. Just take that into consideration. We, the teachers, we still fear coming back to school. But for me, I'm taking the precautions that I need to make me feel safe on it. That's it. Thanks for hearing me, guys. Take care. Have a great night.
Thank you. Thank you for all you're doing. All right. That's...
Take care. Huh?
Oh, no, you're good.
Kaylin, would you clarify? I had trouble understanding, especially toward the end. Was our speaker saying that he did not feel that it was that everything was in place?
No, he said he did feel things were in place in
He
his
did
class.
feel,
Yeah,
okay.
he feels safe there.
Okay,
He
all
said,
right.
I think he also said he does not feel it is like a perfect model.
I got that. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. That's time. Okay, so we're going to move on to item 7, comments from associations. We do not have anyone from CSEA or SEIU this evening, but we do have Kim McCarthy, the president of the Campbell High School Teachers Association.
All right, I have Kim on the line.
All right, hi Kim, welcome. Take it away when you're ready.
Good evening, Board President Gallagher, trustees, and Superintendent Bravo. My name is Kim McCarthy. I am a history teacher at Prospect High School and the president of Campbell High School Teachers Association. On this day, at the end of the 3rd week of January, there's no need to restate the current COVID rates of infection and deaths in our state, in our county, in our community. What we're seeing today was predicted weeks ago. As the pandemic continues, each of us will find ourselves closer to its effects, and any mandatory return of teachers to campus would result in unnecessary exposure to the virus. TISTA members are firm in the belief that our schools should be safe for all members of our school communities. New guidance released by the state last Thursday includes requirements for any widespread return of students or mixing of groups on campus. The district's Level 2 proposal to host large numbers of students on campus one day each week does not seem feasible under these new safety mandates. How then to better support students while remaining in distance learning? Has there been any consideration of smaller online classes for students who are struggling? Have discussions for a comprehensive long-range plan to help students recover from pandemic-related schooling loss been scheduled? And can students and parents, faculty and staff be brought into these conversations? I'd like to take a moment just to address several comments that you'll see in the student board members report this evening. Students report receiving too much homework. And I'd like to point out that the district issued requirements for the asynchronous work to be done outside of class. And with regard to the grading of assignments, which is also part of the student board members report, concerns about the timeliness of the return of graded assignments. What was once quickly and informally assessed by teachers in real time has often become a formal assignment. The increase in grading load has been significant, to say the least. When teachers check their Canvas app, it gives them the number of to-dos. In other words, assignments to be graded. So today I asked teachers, just tell me what's the number of your to-do list? And these are the numbers I got: 68, 99, 131, 168, 178, 200 plus, 306, 314, 354, 509, and one teacher reported the daily on a good week is 100 to 300, and it's 1,000 on busy weeks. So I offer this as an explanation to all board members for why it may be taking teachers longer to evaluate and assign grades. In addition to the student, what you'll see on the student board report, and I apologize, Riley and Geetanjali, if I'm preempting your report, but I found it really interesting. And like the students, we would like to see an expansion of the practice of hiring social workers at all of our campuses. While we recognize CASI services have provided students with much needed support, A more comprehensive district-wide approach would make for a more holistic and robust system to serve the needs of our school communities. The support on campus for both staff and students provided by Branham's social worker has been tremendous, and CUHSD would like to see the program expanded to all of our school sites. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Kim. All right, item 8 is our superintendent's report. Dr. Bravo.
Thank you. If I can have the slides, please.
All right, we're ready.
Okay, thank you. So trustees, in my comments in this early part of the meeting, are going to be mainly retrospective, meaning I'm going to talk about sort of what we have, like in the rear view mirror, what have we learned from the fall semester? Looking forward, I'm going to save those comments until later in the meeting for item 16.1. So if I could have the next slide. So earlier on, we shared with you how much greater rates of failure were during the fall versus same points in the last 2 years, 18-19 and 19-20 school years. So we are happy to see that there was a drop in failing marks at the end of fall semester. However, we do still have more than 2 times as many failures at the semester than we normally do. Something that we definitely will need to address for students if they're going to be stay on track for graduation. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's fine. So the other thing I wanted to point out, though, was that I feel very fortunate and I appreciate the hard work of school site staff, teachers, counselors, administrators, really making a great effort at making sure that we don't have students sort of fall off the radar. And specifically, you know, they're in the press, a lot has been covered around some students have basically gone missing from the system this school year. Well, this year we've had 34 students who stopped attending our schools, and there's no evidence they ever enrolled at another school in California. Now 1 is too many. So 34, I'm not happy about. But as a point of comparison, last fall semester, which was pre-COVID, the same was true for 23 students. So the increase from 23 to 34 in that sense is luckily much smaller than being experienced in some districts. So again, I appreciate the efforts of site staff to really engage students so that we don't have students simply disappearing from school. So knowing that we have higher failure rates, these are just some of the things that we're working on in terms of academic support. So in level 1, we did talk about continuing to try and increase some supports for students. And so we have expanded the connectivity hubs or learning labs. And we so far have hired 6 academic tutors to actually staff those, in addition to the administrators that are supervising them. We have 3 bilingual aides that are working in them so far. We'd like to do more, but this is where we are at this time. Also, at each site, they are working on credit recovery options, either after school or during scheduled breaks, which meaning like the week off in February or the spring break, and planning for those kinds of things. Ed Service is also working on redesigning the summer school program to make it at least twice as large as it usually is. So usually we have about 600, 700 students participate in summer school, and we're looking to at least double that. And in the first, we're going to have summer school at all school sites. So sometimes I think because we have summer school at one site, that can be a reason why some students don't participate. And by having classes at all sites, we feel that that will help some students participate that would not have otherwise. Can I have the next slide? And looking forward and beyond, CARES Act. So we have overall spent or encumbered 87% of those monies. Just so you have a sense that the state monies are the ones, Proposition 98, the Coronavirus Relief Fund, and the Governor's Emergency Education Fund. Those are the state monies. And the federal money has been the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund. So we have almost 90% of it spent or encumbered, and I assure you, we will get it all spent. What have we spent it on? Well, the largest two categories of spending have been technology for students and teachers, and then efforts around our facilities and our capacity to have them cleaned to higher standards. So we are at a place now that, for example, that, as I mentioned before, every classroom that we could possibly use if we were to have in-person classes will either have MERV 13 filters or portable HEPA filters, somewhat like we heard Raphael talk a little bit about in his public comment. Can I have the next slide, please? So we are actually anticipating now a second round of federal CARES Act funding, and we are projected to receive approximately $2 million. So one of the things that I talked about with the principals today when I had a chance to speak with them as a group is to really think, not to limit their thinking about anything we can do to try and address the needs of those students who did not pass courses in the first semester or are in danger of not passing courses in the second semester. President McCarthy, in her comments, asked the question about discussion of learning loss and the involvement of teachers in that discussion. And this is something that I have charged Assistant Superintendent Serda and Director Emily Hansen to concentrate on working through the department chairs. So they have meetings with department chairs from all the different sites together, and to specifically identify what needs there would be around any learning loss. Because in the high school setting, because we have these letter grades and you get the credits or you don't, we know that more students failing is a very clear kind of a learning loss that we need to support those students in through credit recovery. Then the question is, what other kinds of learning loss potentially are we talking about? So while we have some students that pass courses, perhaps they didn't get as much training around a certain standard that's going to be necessary for success in future courses in that discipline. So by all means, we need the teachers to help us on that plan, because at the end of the day, they're teaching those courses and they are evaluating their students, and they know what students are going to to need, if anything, beyond credit recovery. Next slide, please. Oh, it says questions. So again, speaking like what we do in the future or the rest of the semester, I'm saving that till later in the agenda. This was just a little bit of a more of a retrospective in what's happening now.
Great. So Bob, do you just want to save questions until after you've done your second presentation?
Well, if you have any question that is about the fall, looking back, now would be a great time.
I have a very quick question about the 34 students you mentioned from this year and the 23 from last year. Is it possible that those families just moved out of state, or those types of things, and we just don't have a way of tracking?
That is possible. But if they did move out of state, a school from out of state has not necessarily, I mean, they would still want to usually have a transcript request, but it is possible that they moved out of state, yes.
Okay. So you're just basically saying they're gone and nobody's asked us about, they're trying to go to school somewhere else and we never got a request to forward their wonderful grades and things like that.
Well, the search is limited to other California high schools.
Okay.
So we would have to look at those students one by one to see if another state made a request.
I'm also curious about that. Prior to COVID, the 23 that went off the grid, because we have laws that require students to be in school. In other words, a family can't just decide to keep their child home to work or do something else. When we have a student who just disappears, there's no indication they've enrolled anywhere else. We haven't received a request from any other school for records. Who do we notify that there's a missing child out there? Is there some agency that we're supposed to report to that there's a young person who's not being accounted for?
Yeah, sometimes there is work with the county to do to try and see if they can intervene to bring students back. But if the address has changed and they're not at that address anymore, unfortunately, it can sometimes just become just the report to the state, and there is not another agency that works across district boundaries.
So nobody comes out and goes to the address to see if the family or the child is still there.
I'm saying we do.
We do.
Yes.
We do.
But
Okay.
if they're not there,
if nobody's there,
there isn't an agency then to continue the
to follow
search.
up. Well, because I'm just thinking about the possible connections here to things like human trafficking, runaways. At least we are going to the home, and basically what we're finding is that nobody's there, because if the family were there, we would get an answer of some sort. So I just find it troubling anytime a young person just goes off everyone's radar. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
So what I'm hearing, Dr. Bravo, is that we have a good sense of which students' fall semester was not successful for, and we're trying to learn additional ways that we can, outside of like summer school and credit recovery, that we can assist them. I don't know, is there any early indication of like when we have those discussions with department chairs and stuff, what other things they're bringing up?
No, I don't have that for you tonight.
Okay.
I would like to add, though, a piece of some dollars that I didn't mention was that at least in the governor's proposed budget for extended learning, such as summer school, currently the proposal would send another $6 million. So the state is definitely poised to put the money there. The tough thing is going to be staff, and it is it is the true fact that it's not easy for teachers to be teaching remotely and a lot of the adaptations they've had to make. And there's a lot of staff that they're going to be tired. And so in as much as we might have the opportunities and the funds to pay people to do extra work in summer, you know, it has yet to be seen how successful we're going to be. So, you know, we do intend on increasing the rate of summer school pay, but we understand that at a certain point, it's not about money. And so, you know, that remains to be seen. We will definitely do everything we can to recruit staff if we can.
Since you're hoping to have summer school on every campus with the idea that students might be more willing to participate, is it also part of your hoping that this can be in person by that time?
I would hope so. What I would see is a combination, you know, some in person, and probably there would still be a demand for some online. So some of both.
The summer, the recovery courses, I know that we have approved licenses for specific programs. And so can you clarify for me the difference between the credit recovery instruction versus other instruction?
Well, I think what we're talking about is, again, sort of multiple modes. So for some students, it could be Odysseyware, which is what you have approved licenses for in the past. But for other students, it not being Odysseyware, but being, you know, teacher designed curriculum.
Got it. And do we use Odysseyware during the school year?
We do.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, I'm sure there's more questions, discussion, but we can maybe save it for that second presentation if you think of something in the meantime. Let's go ahead and move on to item 9, our informational items. We have 5 information items tonight. And I think maybe at the end of that, we'll try to take a quick break, maybe even in between, depending how many questions we have for each one. Item 9A, though, is Metro Ed and Silicon Valley Career Technical Education. Madam President.
Metro Ed? Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on, I've done the wrong on my note-taking page. Here we go. All right, I'll start with the factoids first and get to the more interesting stuff as I go through. We have, as of January for next year, 1,024 students enrolled, but we have 2,300 applicants. So again, this just speaks to the budget constraints that our partner districts are operating under. We would love to be able to serve all 2,300. Counseling has had 4,000 check-ins this past semester and created 83 improvement plans, which they are actively monitoring. Staff are working on articulated agreements with community colleges and expect to have 20 such agreements in place within by the end of the next 2 months. And what that would mean is that many of our students would be able to start college already with almost a semester's worth of work to their credit, which would be incredible. We have 236 students engaging in virtual shadow days running through March. And again, the staff is putting everything in place needed, and it's quite a list of things that have to be in place, but things like liability insurance, permission slips, and so on. For those medical and dental assisting students who want to be able to go back out on internships and complete their certifications. Many certifications can be completed without that in-person component, but these two cannot. We can do this because we had this program in place prior to being in the purple tier, so it's not a new thing. Item 6, we are buying, prepping, and sending out to student homes an extraordinary amount of material. I mean, cars are coming through incessantly and picking up kits. It's like an airport apron staging area. It's really an amazing thing. These are lesson kits, do at home, build at home, create at home, and then videotape what you're doing, lesson kits. And it's so impressive. I can only give you a taste of it now and a few examples. We have robotics kits from Revolution Robotics. We have framing kits for construction students, and these are big, bulky kits. And many, many food kits for culinary arts kids. They're cooking up a storm and videotaping and watching their students cook the same thing. And it's very dynamic and very, very impressive. We had our fire science program featured in California schools. This it's very hard to get things on Zoom to show up. This one, if you have this one. If you turn to page 11, Not Your Everyday Career Tech Program. We have a wonderful full page piece on our incredible fire science program. And then let's see, number 8. Where's number 8? PG&E. It's our turn for PG&E to be our nemesis. We've been working toward an upgrade of the main electrical switchgear for several years, and we had it synced with our scheduling. The shutdown of power was supposed to take place February 5 to 19. Everything, I mean, a lot of work went into making it work for those dates, and now PG&E wants to delay. So, gee, what's new? And then we have the last thing on my list is that there was a report from IT Director Chuck King. And to tell you the truth, I'm just not technically sophisticated enough to understand a great deal of his report. But this caught my attention. He said we used something called GMAS to auto send reminders to students to log in. And it sends emails repeatedly to students to do this. And the program lets us know how many students actually opened the email. Do we do anything like that? Don't know. But anyway, I just thought that was
Lots of email software you can track.
Has that ability. Okay. And I think I hit everything I wanted to. Yes. Okay. Brief enough?
It's great.
All right.
Any questions for Linda? All right. Thank you, Linda, for all the work you're doing there.
Thanks.
Very awesome. All right. So without any further ado, we have our item 9B student board members fall 2020 semester updates report. Take it away. I'll let you know when 15 minutes is up.
Okay. Hi, I'm Gitanjali. I'm a senior at Branham, and I'm one of the student board members.
And I am Riley. I am a senior at Prospect, and I'm the other student board member. So today we're going to be giving you guys updates on what we were working on in the fall semester, as well as a lot of the things we're going to keep doing. So next slide, please.
Yeah, so we are first going to go over what the Superintendent Student Advisory Council has been doing. We're going to call it SSAC for short throughout the rest of the presentation. And then we'll kind of summarize what we've been hearing at the site visits as well. So from these two discussions that we've had from students, it's led us to take 3 different initiatives: mental health, the homework policy, and reopening. And so we'll give you a summary on what we've been doing in that as well. Next slide.
Yes, so first off, Superintendent Student Advisory Council. This is our team of students from across the district that kind of allow us to reach out to more schools. So we meet with them every 3-ish weeks during the year. And they are responsible for giving us the great site updates. And so we can kind of reach out to more of the schools and kind of what's happening, what's working, what's not working. A lot of that comes from the information they give us. So next slide. These are representatives for this semester. As you can see, Boynton is not represented here. I think we had them last year in the program, but since students kept graduating at different times, it was very hard to stick with the program. But we are in contact with a couple of staff members at Boynton, so we still do get updates for them from the board meetings, and we do visit them every semester virtually. So yeah, next slide.
So we want to quickly summarize what we've been going over at these meetings. So in August, really we're just trying to introduce each other, and everyone has so many different perspectives and things they want to change in our district. So in August, we really try to do a lot of goal setting to see what we wanted to accomplish by the end of the school year. So in September, we continued those conversations about goal setting, and then also talked about the homework policy, since that was something that Riley and I were leading on the side. And then in October, Jennifer came to talk about the LCAP, and then we continued those discussions about the homework policy.
Yeah, and then in November, as just we were discussing more of like reopening with Dr. Bravo at our monthly meetings, but also with SSAC. So we did that, and we had his team come at one point and kind of present some of the schedules so we were able to give student input from more than just the two of us. We also sent out our mental health survey that month, which had around 1,400 responses. And so we're really glad that SSAC was helping us advertise that and reach out to a lot of different groups. And then in December, we continued both of these. So we continued to talk about reopening as we were discussing it with the board, but then mental health and what action we're looking to take and continuing that this semester. So next slide. And another thing that we do is we visit each school virtually during the semester, at least this year. In a normal year, we would go in person to every campus during the school day and get a chance to meet. But basically, Michelle contacts the activities directors at each school, and they get us around 15 students. And we just have a Zoom call. We have a series of questions, and it's just an open discussion. We try and get as much feedback about how things are going at their school from what the student perspective is. So how can we kind of reach beyond SSAC by one level? So next slide. A couple things that we found, at least that were common across the district. One category would be college and career. A lot of students found it was very UC and CSU focused. And so students that were pursuing like private schools, out-of-state schools or community college didn't feel like they were getting as much attention. Another complaint is that they're not prepared for adulthood. And what we mean by that is that students don't feel like they're able to live independently after high school. Like they know they're prepared for the academic side, but maybe a little more help in terms of just being able to be an adult once we're done with this. So they're looking for a little more help there. And then another thing was that the College and Career Center, which there's one at each campus, is not advertised and utilized as well. So it's mainly a lot of juniors and mostly seniors that can just use it with college app time comes around, but there are a lot of helpful resources for students all 4 years, and it's a center that can be used a little better. Another category would be academics. So this was just one report from students, I think especially early on, but this definitely toned down as the semester went on, was that there was too much homework. And this was kind of just a common theme with the shift to distance learning. There's also students don't feel on track for next year. And I know this is another thing, I think with all the academics that kind of got better as the semester progressed, was that, and especially with AP classes, where you need a certain amount of units and material to be covered by the exam, students don't feel like they were ready to meet that pace. And then testing, I know there are a lot of concerns, especially early on, because there wasn't quite a lot of online testing during the spring. That was definitely something we had to shift forward to, and how do we make it fair and even for all the students. And then another thing was just student supports. So a lot of students feel they can't book appointments with like administrators or on campus, but also with teachers. And one thing with it with teachers and like tutorials or study halls is that it's not as personal. So when you talk about grades or you want to talk about like your test score, you can't do the one-on-one talk that you can anymore. And a lot of students don't feel comfortable in like the big Zoom room, just talking to everyone. Early on in the semester, it was more about just email, Canvas, and Remind and getting used to all the systems. So I know students didn't feel quite ready with Canvas for the first couple weeks of the year, but that definitely progressed, and kind of working from there in terms of managing all the platforms. And then of course, another thing was just freshmen who already have to make the jump to high school, but also the jump with distance learning. It's just been more of a struggle for them. So next slide.
But we do want to give you some solutions and some things that the district can do to fix these issues. So we're going to stick with the same 3 categories: college and career, academics, and student supports. So for college and career, maybe just adding more updates to the daily bulletin. The daily bulletin is a place where a lot of students look to get a lot of information about what's going on campus and what's going on in their communities. So maybe just adding in some college and career updates into there would be really helpful. Adding a class or a workshop about like adulting 101. So they have the opportunity to learn those things beyond high school and academics. And if that's not possible, maybe just facilitating a teach a skill cohort. So on Wednesdays, give all the teachers a presentation of a skill that they can teach to the students about taxes or cooking or things like that. And then just make more resources available for students who are looking to pursue community college or private school or out-of-state schools. So for academics, decrease the homework load. We're hoping that the homework policy that will go into effect next semester will help a lot with decreasing the homework load, but for the semester also just something to be cognizant of. Creating a curriculum calendar and a list of topics not covered for those students who do need this class for the future or are just really interested in that topic, so they are able to learn on their own and just know what they're not being able to learn in the classroom, so they can do it on their own time. And then just faster grading. Students don't really know where they're making their mistakes and aren't really feeling like they're getting the feedback as fast as they can. So just making sure that they feel ready before the AP exam or the unit test that they have. So for student supports, having a way to book an appointment for tutorial. So maybe designating one day. So you can just book 5-minute appointments with your teachers. If you need to have a more personal conversation about your grades and things like that, there's an option for students to do that. Streamline communication, make sure we're only using 1 or 2 places max to get all the information so students don't feel confused, and we'll actually look at all of the communication. And then also just creating homework centers or study groups for students so they can feel supported academically with the peers around them. Next slide. So mental health was a big thing that we focused on this last semester, and we will focus on this semester. As distance learning has happened, mental health has only become a lot worse. So with data, we really wanted to see how bad it really got. And so we facilitated a survey that got around 1,400 responses. We will be sharing the data with you in a future meeting, but for now, we're going to use what we've learned from those stats to drive a solution for us to work on this semester. Next slide. So some of the solutions can be hiring social workers for every campus. This is a program that has been working at Branham really well, and so expanding that program to be at all campuses. Creating more support hubs for students, so it's a safe space for them to be in case they ever have to have these issues. More frequent check-ins, making sure that our teachers are checking in with students a lot more, just to make sure the students are all accounted for and they have like an adult that they can trust. Having a family night or self-care night. So this is something that Del Mar already does, where every 6 weeks, teachers aren't allowed to, for every A and B day or odd and even day, teachers aren't allowed to assign any homework or give any tests on those days. And so this allows students to really have the time to spend time with their family or with their friends, or really just have a spa day if they need it. So it's just a way for them to relax and take a break from school. And then also maybe we will take on a resolution where we really talk about the integration of mental health in academics, since we really talk about academics and then we talk about mental health. And so we want to kind of talk about the unity and how in the classroom, we can talk about mental health as well. Next slide.
Yes, and another thing that we worked on this semester was, of course, the homework policy. Next slide. So what we did, we had meetings with teachers, administrators, and trustees. During this time in the summer and in the fall, we continually rewrote and revised the policy. We had 4 readings on June 25th, July 16th, October 15th, and October 22nd when it did pass. So in terms of just next steps, we know a lot of it will be going to district, but how can we kind of help? One thing is we're looking more at like some of the feedback loop options. So kind of having something between like teachers and students to kind of bridge a lot of the problems we've been seeing, because we know this goes both ways and trying to help out with that. And then another thing that will both be just district focused, but how can we give our help is just with student and fall or summer and fall implementation, but also the administrative regulations. So any concerns that might come up in the next few months, and how can we kind of maybe clarify things a little bit more. So next slide. And then another focus we did have for this semester, because it was a goofy one, was of course reopening. Next slide. So we built in time during a lot of our SAC meetings during the second half of the semester to discuss reopening, just kind of what the students were going through, and then with Dr. Bravo and kind of updates on what the board was going through as well. So sometimes we even had his cabinet come in and they showed us some of the example schedules of things that might happen. We kind of gave student feedback on that. We also ran some focus groups and got additional feedback throughout the semester. And then of course we made recommendations to Bravo and the board and tried to speak at every board meeting on just what we thought students were thinking during this time.
And from these conversations, we found a lot of things that could help make this semester a lot smoother. So of course, because of privacy issues, we really can't mandate this, but really encouraging students to turn on their cameras. When students have their cameras on, they're able to stay a lot more focused and a lot more engaged with what they're learning. So maybe having a way to really encourage students to have it on. Implementing the suggested Zoom, Canvas, and teaching improvements that Riley and I have been talking about throughout the semester. Having more consistency in cohort to make sure that it is a good use of the students' and teachers' time, as well as just making sure that teachers are checking in with the students. Limiting homework just to make sure that homework isn't becoming a burden on our students. And then lastly, just creating a better structure for tutorials, whether this means the appointments that we suggested earlier in this presentation, or just having teachers kind of announce to the students a tutorial schedule. Like today we'll be going over this concept, the next day we'll go over that concept, just so students kind of know what is going to be covered. So it could be a good use of the teacher's time and the students' time. Next slide. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, board, any questions or comments?
Well, thank you. And that's all you guys did first semester, just those things that you listed? Nice job. As always, thoroughly impressed with you guys and with the team that you're working with. So thank you for all the work that goes into that. I'm reminded of something I learned early on in my boardsmanship 16 years ago was the mandates of things we have to do in schools besides reading, writing, and math, right? And I think it's arithmetic. Those are my 3 R's. But it's crazy, the list of things, and adulthood is just another one. Like, these things used to be taught by our families, used to be part of life, and putting them into the schools. I'm amazed at what the teachers get into us, just because I'm amazed by teachers, quite honestly. But those adulthood ones are hard ones, and employing young adults, I do see that from time to time. One that amazed me one time was somebody I hired shortly after they graduated from high school, didn't know where a stamp went on an envelope. And I thought, okay, right, where are they going to pick that up? And I was thinking maybe the parents make them pay some bills. I don't know, but just another example. So thank you for that. The one that also stuck out at me was, didn't feel like there were that many people that knew about Metro Ed. And I would agree with that. I think it's a great resource, but we also heard from Linda, there's 23 applications for 1,400 spots. If we tell too many more people, we're going to have 5,000 applications for 1,400 spots. So funding and information. So again, I was going to ask what you were looking for in adulthood, and then you told me what you were looking for in adulthood. So thank you.
You know, long before COVID, it has bothered me that we don't have a class dedicated, at least for a semester, to the life skills and those kinds of issues. I have in my file a list of that I shared with Dr. Bravo long ago of probably 30, 40 things I'd like to see covered in such a class. But even though it was hit or miss and piecemeal and not codified, still, when you're in person in class, I think a lot of that here and there does get transmitted. It's different because the learning is more formalized and more planned out, than there's less spontaneity when you're doing the online programming. I liked the idea, it's because we do have students that I know will do this. I like the idea of having a list created of topics not covered in a course during DL. Because again, I think that what we've had to do is pick and choose the most essential things. And to have that list and know, well, you know, if this is something you really want to pursue, if this is an area that's of interest to you in your career path, you might want to know, what may I have missed here that I can look into? And I think that's a great idea. I like the idea of better structure for tutorials and knowing what is going to be covered. Riley, page 7, there was something about difficulty in making appointments. Is it possible to bring back page 7 of your report on the screen?
Yes, I think it probably says about difficulties in scheduling appointments, though I don't know if it says much more than that.
Was appointments for one-on-one with teachers, or what was it?
I think it was some with counselors. That was kind of a complaint that came up, but also with teachers. I think the one-on-one, especially like during study halls and stuff, instead you can't just talk to a teacher on the side about, like, you know, grades or bigger things that are happening, and it's more of just 30 people in a room. So a lot of students aren't comfortable with that, I think, was one thing.
What's the process for scheduling an appointment?
With teachers, I think you email, but I don't know if there's really a process for doing that. And if there is,
it varies then?
I think it varies, yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Again, fascinating report. Thank you.
So Riley and Gitanjali, I'm curious, it's been really interesting to see how you have grown into these roles, Gitanjali, you in particular, since this is your second year. And I'm starting to think already about, oh, we're gonna be, y'all are gonna be on to bigger and better things. And we're gonna be onboarding some new folks. And I know Gitanjali, you in particular, and Riley, you this year too, there have been different changes that have been made to the SSAC structure, to what you as board members have been taking on compared to the student board members a few years ago. So I'm curious to know if and what thoughts you have around what do you think are the big wins in terms of just the structure of SSAC and what you have been just the overall legacy of the work that you're going to be leaving behind, and where you could see the vision continuing on next year if you were to think of that now. That might be a big question for now, but I was curious about it.
I'll start. I think definitely this year we've been a lot more organized with SSAC. Since last year it was like the first year we were still really trying to figure everything out, figure out what the meetings were going to be about, and that's what made us lose a lot of time, since we really completed the homework policy this school year when we thought we'd be done by March. And so just we've been a lot more organized, and I think the SSAC members also have a clearer vision in terms of what we want to accomplish. So that's a huge benefit to see that there's a lot more students that are involved in our district, and to really like have this passion with us to make a change. So that's really cool. And the homework policy, of course, is something that we're really proud of, that we accomplished this year as well. And yeah, for moving forward, we want to have more students know about this program. This is still something that is really new. So when we're going to be sending out applications for the next year, we really do want to make sure that most students do know about this program, so they can apply and they can be involved in our district. So maybe even expanding how many students we do end up accepting, just to make this a more robust program, to make sure that the district is getting as much feedback as they can.
Yeah, and I mean, I would say it's been my most organized year as a student board member. But yes. Beyond that, I know we talked at one point of just having like maybe more of like, I want to say like handbook, even though it's not the right word, but just for like the future student board members that come on, because both of us are going to graduate in a few months and there's going to be 2 new people. And so having just more of a structure of kind of like what it looks like, what the program looks like, so people kind of have a better idea of what to do kind of on day one, because I think it was a lot easier for me because I was working with someone who already knew everything that was going to happen during the year. So I did not have to learn a lot of those little things. So we were talking about that. And then of course, we do want to try and advertise the program a lot better and just try and get a lot more applications, especially during this process. So I know in a couple months, we're probably going to figure out what that Google form will look like and how can we kind of get that to like the school Instagram accounts or the principals and try and reach out to a few more people. So yeah, I think so.
Riley, I would tell you one thing, that when you asked me when you were a junior, how do you get on this? And apparently you figured it out. But I kind of heard something that it might make sense to have a junior and senior every year, but then you're committing a junior to be there 2 years, and that's a tough thing. So anyway, that's actually, Gitanjali, you figured out how to do it, but it's been a good 2 years with you, so thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to, just I think I'm just kind of reacting to something that Riley just said about this, having so much to do on top of his schoolwork with this work that he's doing, and just having it be his most organized year in school. That's kind of, when you are working on things that are bringing purpose and higher purpose things, you just kind of figure out a way to get the laundry done and, the homework done and all this other stuff, because, you don't have time to make that become an obstacle for you. So that's kind of a life lesson, adulting kind of thing too. But I think that the feedback that you guys are providing year over year, that we've had student board members, and it's getting better and better and better. And for me, it's about becoming actionable. right? So you've given us a lot of input. You've got more ways to collect feedback from a more diverse cross-section of the student population. And what I really like about what you're doing now is you kind of tell us, here's what they're telling us, and here's some ideas about how you could solve some of that. So that's what I mean by actionable. And I always say, don't just bring me problems, bring me solutions. So I very much appreciate that. And, you know, at the end of the day, we exist for you guys. We're here to enable you to construct your futures. And so being able to get that feedback and help inform our decisions by that just makes us better, and is a mechanism for, you know, our dedication to continuous improvement. And I'm gonna, never mind what I was gonna say next. I agree with you guys about the adulthood, you know, and you know, this year is going to be my 40th anniversary of graduating from high school. And high school 40 years ago it wouldn't work for any of you guys, right? It just wouldn't work for your generation and the world that you're going out into. So, you know, having me with my high school experience try to inform decisions it's just really critical to have that student voice here. But even 40 years ago, every parent wanted their kid to go to college, right? That was the big push, you know, get into college, get into college. And in my experience, I went to a school where 92% of my graduating class went on to a 4-year college because we didn't have community colleges. And many of them, I would say half of them, never completed their bachelor's degree or didn't complete their bachelor's degree in 4 years or 5 years or whatever. One of the leading contributors to that is they were just not ready to go out and live on their own. They weren't ready to deal with college roommates and having to get their laundry done and all that kind of stuff. So I call it adulting. I agree with you wholeheartedly, and it's something we've been hearing from your predecessors, that this is really something that if we look at the context a little bit differently, instead of just making you eligible, be able to go to a 4-year school, we really have to make you ready to, you know, fly, you know, leave the nest. And as a parent, you know, that's what I've always wanted. I've wanted to raise kids who are going to be self-sufficient, that are going to be able, I will know that I have been successful as a parent when I launch my kids out into the world and they can make it. So, so I think that's an important theme for us to explore a little bit more on. Two of the things that caught my attention on your possible solutions when you talked about homework centers. I have recently come to learn a ton about the San Jose City Library System and some incredible programs that they have for just such a thing. And they actually do run homework centers in the public libraries. And the public libraries have actually been able to, well, they're more of emergency services right now. They're providing childcare for essential workers and stuff like that. But that could be a potential for us to explore in terms of expanding opportunities for things like homework centers for students, reaching out to our partners in the library system. And then the last one that struck me about your solutions was you're wanting to make a resolution. And I think it'll be a lot easier than making a homework policy. But I really want to encourage you to do that. And I will offer up any assistance that you might want. And you don't have to take my, you know, but I will offer it up. And the reason why I think resolutions that are are student-led are important is that, you know, Gitanjali and Emily and I did one last year, when Gitanjali was a junior, about vaping, about calling for our municipalities to make it harder for kids to get or to get vaping and flavored tobacco. And in December, Saratoga proudly announced in their kind of end of year intergovernmental meeting that they had done that. They created an ordinance that banned flavored tobacco in the city of Saratoga. And the city of San Jose is getting ready to do exactly the same thing. And so I'm not going to say they did it because we sent them our resolution and stuff like that, but it plants seeds and it gets, you know, other people who have the capacity to make these types of changes, So I encourage you to do your resolution.
All right. Well, thank you all so much. I have one ask. If you could please say thank you to the entire SSAC from the board of just all the work they're doing, because I think, like, echoing what everyone just said, you know, we're a better district when we have student input. And I think y'all have built structures that make sure that it's not just reports to the board, but it's ingrained in what we do and in our day-to-day decision-making, from superintendent's office to talking to teachers about homework policies, right? So thank you for that. Please send our thanks to everyone. And unless there's anything else, we'll jump to our next item. All right, thank you both. All right, so item 9C is our 2020-2021 demographic and enrollment projections presentation. And Ken is here. Dr. Bravo, do you want to introduce Ken?
I think April wants to introduce Ken.
Perfect.
No,
Totally
she doesn't?
fine. You introduce Ken. Ken Reynolds from School Works is here to present.
Well, good evening, everybody. I'm grateful to be here with you and present an updated demographics report. It's been a challenging year to do reports, as you've seen with the school programs interrupted, that we have the same challenges when trying to analyze demographics, trying to understand some of the anomalies that are happening this year and what the future, especially when we're looking out 10 years into the future, will look like. So on our first slide, again, we just give you a little bit of background. Let's go to the next slide. We use a geographic information system. So this is showing you a map of the district, and each of our high school attendance areas are color coded here. Our analysis is not really based on how many students are enrolled at each site, but it's based on how many students live in each of these geographic areas. And we're not just analyzing your data, we analyze the data from your elementary school district feeders. So we look at all that information and group it into these geographic areas to understand which areas are growing or are stable or declining, where do we have certain bubbles and certain grades. And we also look at the development within each of these areas so we can understand what will be happening into the future. Our next slide actually shows your trustee areas. The areas that each trustee represents is different than our high school attendance areas. This is just in our system, just so you can understand that that is a different analysis than what we're doing in this demographics report. There'll probably be another demographic analysis that you guys do once the 2020 census data comes out that looks at the total population within each of these boundaries to make sure it's still balanced. But again, we're just looking at student populations, not total populations that would be referencing census data. The next slide really shows a summary of our work this year. The first 10 columns here show the historic enrollment as of October each year. And so we can see we had several years of growth up until and including this year. And we're actually projecting that that growth will continue for 2 more years. And then after that, the numbers start dropping off a little bit. And the main reasoning for that cycle is if we look all the way back to birth data. And so there's just a bubble that's going to be running through the high schools, and that's going to be leaving the high schools in about 3 years as we start seeing some smaller classes incoming. This cohort chart here looks at the total population by grade over the last 4 years. And at the bottom of that, it shows that the district's been growing over 100 students a year. So we have a steady track record of growth. The numbers this year did have a different cohort. Again, part of that, I believe, is due to the impacts and challenges with the pandemic. And so the projections this year were basing on a non-weighted cohort to reduce the impacts of some of the anomalies that we've seen this year. Our next slide looks at, again, this is just current year numbers. And there's two things I want to point out here. Again, the blue numbers are from your feeder districts, and the green numbers are your numbers by grade for this school year as of October for the 5 high schools in Boynton. So you can see that there's a bit of a little bubble in 7th grade coming in from the feeders. And other than that, the feeder district numbers are pretty stable. And you can also see that our largest class is in 9th grade this year. When I show you the projections, one thing you'll notice is our largest class is actually going to be in 10th grade next year. So that 9th grade is our bubble, is our largest class that we've seen in the past, and we'll see for the foreseeable future as it works its way through the system. And so in 4 years from now, that class will be graduating. And so our 4th year projection is our largest decline we'll see in the overall projections. Next slide. This here shows our 1 year projection. Of course, this is usually one of the more important because it relates to issues like staffing and budgeting. And so I wrote a few summaries here because, again, this is one of the more challenging items given all the unique issues we faced this year. And so we're projecting an increase of 124 students next year. And your actual growth this year was 150. So we're anticipating less growth next year than you actually realized this year. When we were here a year ago, before the pandemic, we had anticipated your increase this year would be about 229 students. And again, it was only 150. So it was less than we originally anticipated. But we did do a second analysis to see what your growth would be if we saw similar cohorts that were evident during the last recession in that 2012 timeframe. And that projection showed almost no growth. And so the growth this year was actually significantly more than the overall impacts we saw during the last recession. So I'm feeling pretty comfortable with the projections, but again, there's so many moving parts to all the different pieces of our analysis, whether it's the housing market, the economy, the impacts of school funding. Again, everything looks positive so far that we've seen, so we just hope it continues. And of course, the other big challenge is, whether or not school will be back to standard full in-person education by the start of next year, or we'll continue to deal with any distance learning fallouts. Our next slide takes a look at our 6-year projection. This, again, looks more long-term. We're showing it by campus in these projections. And again, these are the October numbers. We do realize that the numbers fluctuate during the school year. So here again, we see the growth in our 1-year projection. We see growth again, slightly less in our 2-year projection. But then in years 3, 4, 5, and 6, we're not seeing the growth anymore. And again, in that 4th year is our biggest drop off because we're graduating a large senior class. And so that's the real impact of the majority of these numbers is how many kids are coming into school versus how many are graduating out. That's the main source of these negative numbers. And it's just, again, those smaller classes coming in are not able to be offset by the amount of housing that is occurring. Because we do factor that in. I think our next slide shows our housing projections. Can we go to the next slide? Oh, no. Well, first we go through each individual campus. So we broke down each campus. We show 3 lines on these charts. The black line shows our capacity based on the number of classrooms on the campus. The red line shows our enrollment over the last 4 years as of October. And then we show 6 years into the future. The blue line represents how many students live in the main boundary for this school. Of course, Branham and Lee have those free zone areas. And so we can see the actual attendance is more than live in their standard boundary because there's several students from the free zones that attend each of these 2 campuses. So that number is pretty consistent from year to year. So even though we have those free zone areas, the percent that go to Branham and the percent that go to Lee, it stays pretty steady from year to year. We can see our projections here, relatively stable the next 3 years, and then we see that drop off in year 4. Our next school at Del Mar, here we actually see a little bit of growth and then relatively stable. So the 6-year projection is actually up compared to their current enrollment. Next, we have Lee. And again, we've got a separation between the blue and red lines because of the free zone students. And again, here at Lee, again, we see some different dynamics for each of the individual campuses. That's why I wanted to highlight this. We see a very stable enrollment at Lee. So even though some of the other campuses might show some increases and declines, here it's a very stable projection. Next, we have Prospect. This is our one campus where our projections are actually increasing each year, and we actually reach and slightly have an impacted campus here in our 5- and 6-year projections because we're reaching our capacity. Then next we have Westmont, and here we actually show a decline for most every year except for the 1-year projection. And so I think this school has the most significant drop off over our 6-year window. And then finally, we have Boynton High. Here, we look at the attendance as a percentage of the overall population. And of course, it's a program, and so it's not choice. It's for those that need the service. And so as the district overall population grows or declines at each of the grade levels, this just continues those same attendance factors. And so again, overall the enrollment's projected to be relatively stable. And then finally, our next slide, I think, shows our housing assumptions. We continue to work with developers, the various projects to try to determine what their likely construction schedules are. And they're projecting those rates will increase over time. And so all of these new housing units have been factored into these projections. The yield rate, we looked at the last census data. We'll have new census data in a few more months from now. But the overall district yield rate was 0.09. I don't anticipate that to be significantly different when we get the new data, but we'll provide an analysis of how those numbers have changed over that 10-year period, just so you can be confident in the numbers. And our next slide, just as a summary of the utilization rates. Here we show how many classrooms we counted for each campus, what the capacity we calculated for each site, the current enrollment and the 6-year projected enrollment. And by comparing the capacity to the enrollment, we can see if there's any schools that are over capacity and those that have space available. And so we use a color code to identify if we're in that 70% utilization range, and blue represents those that are below 70%. So the school that has the most space available is Del Mar, and the school that's most impacted was Prospect. And that's our overall summary of our presentation for this evening, and we'd love to answer any questions you have.
Great. And before we jump to those, Dr. Bravo, is there anything you're looking to get from the board, or is this an FYI? What's helpful for you tonight?
This is just for your information. because ultimately, when we prepare budget in the next few months, it's a large part of it is based on projections. So this is just informational.
Okay, great. So any questions from the board?
Mine was both Stacy and I from the districts that we used to serve know that we've got a large decrease. I know Moreland's is 350, although that's 43 across the grade. I don't necessarily see that reflected here, Ken, and I don't know that it's what you're seeing yet, but those are the Stacy and I, those two districts are impacted this year.
Yeah, and we've seen significant impacts again across the state. The majority of those impacts, though, are mostly at the TK and the kindergarten grade levels, and sometimes first grade. And so by the time those students work into high school, that's far enough out in the future that it doesn't get realized in our 6-year projections. Again, and even our 10-year projections, those incoming students are already in second grade. So yeah, it's just not far. The impacts they're seeing are.
Thank you for saying that, because I do remember that was something that I'd heard, was that they were mostly impacted there, maybe delaying coming to school, staying in a preschool environment, or just staying home. The other one that why do we think Prospect is seeing the impact that you're showing? And why do we think Westmont's seeing a drop that you're showing? Birth rates, move in, move out, construction, what?
Yeah, that's based on the regional analysis for each of those high school attendance areas. And so again, that's why we dive into that level of detail. And we also look at the development in each area. And so let me go back to my development page. The areas with the most development were actually Del Mar. Westmont had no development planned, and Prospect had 450 units. So the second most development was in Prospect. So yeah, it's a combination of looking at that feeder data for each school and their trends and the size of their classes working into each school in combination with what development is occurring.
I also thought it was interesting you called out El Paseo as a development. The community is still waiting to hear what they're going to do with that. So now I'm starting to think, oh, they're going to build some living units in that area. So thanks.
They're going to build.
Yeah, but again, what happens out in 5-6 years from now obviously has a lot more uncertainties. Our most accurate projections are typically the 1, 2, and 3 year projections.
Yeah, they're going to build living units, Robert, and they're going to build they're hoping to build a couple of an IB school and then another school. So kind of interesting, but it's all depending upon what the community ultimately wants over there. Really good developer listening to community input.
Stacy, I'm sorry, Stacy, could you say that last part again and speak a little louder? It was really hard to hear you.
I said the El Paseo project that Robert had just referenced, not only are they planning on building mixed use, which would include residential units, but they also have plans to add an IB school, an International Baccalaureate school, which would be a boarding school is the current plan. And then another potential school, I forgot whether I don't think it was something that would compete with us or with Moreland, but maybe like a Montessori school or something like that. But
this would be a private school, not any kind of charter. Yeah.
Yeah, if I remember correctly. But that's big.
Right? I hadn't heard about it. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, just to kind of piggyback on what Robert said about something that's perplexed me for years is that we have 5 feeder districts and they're all experiencing declining enrollment, and we're experiencing increasing enrollment. And so it makes sense that declining enrollment is really looking at their entry points and things like that. But if you look at slide 6, when you talk about your current enrollment by grade, And then you look at 8th grade. So 8th grade is, there's 2,035 students enrolled in 8th grade. There are 5 feeder schools. But then in 9th grade, it's 2,197. You know, that's more. So what are those factors that, aside from the students that we get from the feeder districts, are causing us to have that little anomaly in increased enrollment? Or am I just not understanding that slide properly?
Well, Sid, I'm trying to illustrate the enrollment by grade. And so we do see that 8th grade class this year in the feeder districts, when it reaches 9th grade next year, right, there's from the time they go from 8th grade to 9th grade, there's also perhaps some private school students and other charter school students that choose to enroll in your high schools. So our 9th grade projection is 2,162 students. So it grows from that 8th grade class to a larger 9th grade class. And we've seen that historically for your school district, that your 9th grade class increases compared to the size of the feeder's 8th grade class. But you can also see that when that 7th grade class leaves the elementaries, they're going to see another large decline at the elementary schools. Just like we see, about 5 years from now, when that class graduates from the high school, you'll also see the drop in your enrollment.
Okay, and then on your slide 15, when you talk about the new developments, and when I cross-reference that to the report, on page 12 of the report, is the bulk of what Delmar is seeing in terms of new housing units in their attendance area mostly attributed to that new kind of signature project, Urban Village over on Bascom? Or is that, just curious where, because that's a lot of units for one attendance area.
Right. There's a significant amount of projects within that development area.
So it's not.
And so, yeah, that's one of the more significant ones, but there's also a large volume of projects.
Okay. And then I didn't see the Cambrian Park Plaza project on your list. Or if I did, I didn't recognize it by your.
Yes, some of the projects have differing names at different phases. So if you, let me write down give me that name again, and I can research that for you.
The Cambrian Park Plaza, it's a signature project. And if you live in Cambrian, or if you live near the district office site, if you live in that neighborhood, if you live in the Branham and Lee attendance area, it's kind of a big deal. And the housing units, and it's quite a significant amount of housing units, and they would feed into Branham and Lee, which, despite your graph that shows, some capacity there, just by anecdotal, doesn't feel like it. When you go to Branham, it feels full, and so having more housing units within the Branham attendance area could be problematic.
Yeah, our capacities are representative of classroom space. It's not looking at, is there adequate parking? Is the site large enough? Is the multi-use or gym large enough? We're just looking at strictly classroom seats.
No, I understand, and my anecdotal comment was based upon having enough classrooms for everybody, which, now that we have these beautiful buildings there, it's greatly alleviating. Plug for measure AA.
Mr. Reynolds, is it possible that you have Cambrian Park Plaza listed under Weingarten?
Yeah, it's definitely possible. I just have to check with my staff to make sure that that's the current or the correct name.
If it's Weingarten, it's on that list? I just didn't see it. Okay. I And then my last question is about the free zones. I think in practice, the last several years, as Brandon and Lean have been really kind of filling up, they really haven't been free zones. They've been basically saying, you know, zone 1 is going to be whichever school, and zone 2 is going to be another, you know, the other school. So I'm kind of wondering if it's time for us to eliminate the free zones and just put them to the appropriate school.
I could run an analysis for you that shows the percentage of students attending each campus from each free zone, if that would help in your decision making.
Well, I know that's more of a question for Dr. Bravo, whether or not, because that's a policy change, and if we want to do something like that, because I just don't know that, you know, free zone is the right title for what those parts of the attendance area are anymore, because I mean, I think that both schools and the district has done a very good job of trying to accommodate everybody's choices and things like that. But I think as those schools are growing in capacity, it gets harder and harder to do that. So maybe that's a thing that we shouldn't do anymore. That's my only point.
All right, any other questions? All right, quick thoughts. Ken, thank you. I think, you know, it's a hard thing to measure, and I think your methodology is super solid throughout. And the thing I like about reports is it doesn't matter what I feel, right? This is hard data about what's actually happening. So I appreciate that. And I think it's good news because when I started on the board, we were projecting around 11,000 students a couple of years from now. And I think as people are starting to flee the valley and we have some of that declining enrollment, like it didn't turn out that way because we'd be in a world of hurt if it was. So there's that. And just on free zones, people buy their homes with the idea that that's a free zone. And so I personally would not be in support of changing attendance boundaries. All right. So thank you, Ken. We're gonna move on to our next presentation, which is item 9D, our governor's budget update.
And this one's definitely April.
Just getting it ready. I'll be ready in 1 second.
Here we go. All right. All right. Good evening, trustees. This presentation will provide an overview of the governor's 21-22 budget proposals for the K-12 education budget. In December, when we presented the first interim, we talked about the very large windfall due to state tax revenues far exceeding expectations, and the governor's budget reflects that. So it's an overall positive budget. The economy has recovered much faster than anyone expected, but we also know that the recovery has not been even for all Californians. This really shows how reliant the state budget is on the wealthiest Californians, who pay up to 50% of personal income taxes. And since the governor released his budget on January 8th, we as business officials have been poring over the details to try to understand what the impacts are for us at the local level. And every year we rely on the School Services of California's budget workshop, which was held last Friday, to help us clarify some key components of the budget. However, as you know, this is just the beginning of the process, and the details are still to be negotiated through the legislative process. Therefore, actual dollar amounts that we will receive are still unknown. Ooh. Excuse me. This first slide here is a slide from School Services of California's budget presentation, and it just shows some key economic indicators are positive: employment, housing, consumer spending, as well as the stock market has set new all-time highs, which paints a promising picture of continued economic growth. So it is in the governor's budget proposal. He proposes $9.2 billion to pay down deferrals or late payments to districts. And as a basic aid district, we know that that has a minimal impact for us, as we only receive a minimum state aid. LCFF funded districts will also receive a COLA of 3.84%, which unfortunately doesn't apply to us. He proposes a $6.6 billion of funding for reopening schools, summer school, and expanded learning opportunities. A 1.5% COLA for special education, the mandated block grant, and child nutrition. $460 million for mental health and school climate surveys. $540 million for education professional development to address teacher shortage, and $112 million to increase reimbursement rates by 75 cents per meal. So in the governor's budget, to incentivize school districts to get the young and vulnerable students back in the classroom, he includes $2.2 billion in in-person instructional grants. The funding that is based on ADA, based on a February or March reopening. Now, there's been a lot of concern regarding the timeline and the actions required to qualify for this. And we have heard that the timelines will likely change. And although the intent of this grant is to has a focus on younger students, we as a high school district qualify for this as long as we serve our vulnerable students, which include students with disabilities, foster youth, homeless students, and also students who are at risk of failing. So this is a sort of a timeline and what required actions we need to take in order to qualify for these grants. I'm going to focus on the March reopenings because it's unlikely that we will meet the February reopening requirements. So we're required to have a COVID-19 school safety plan submitted to the County Office of Education as well as posted on our website. We need to have a ratified agreement or an MOU with our certificated and classified bargaining groups. We also need to certify that all students in distance learning have access to adequate technology. And we also need to adhere to increase a COVID testing cadence as outlined by the California Department of Public Health. By March 15th, we need to provide optional in-person instruction for at least all vulnerable students and continue to provide in-person instruction throughout the end of the 2021 school year. So funds must be spent on salaries to provide in-person instruction or services for mental health, COVID testing, PPE, and ventilation, and must be spent by December 31st. Also in the governor's proposal to address learning loss, he includes $4.6 billion in expanded learning grants. The district's estimated allocation, as Dr. Bravo mentioned earlier, is $6 million. This is based on the number of homeless students we have as well as our proportionate share of the LCFF funding. Funds must be used to accelerate student learning, such as extended learning time through summer school, professional development, programs to address socio-emotional learning, and access to meals. The good news is we don't have to apply for these funds. However, we must complete a new LCAP addendum, and it must be adopted by June 1. Outside of the state budget, we are receiving our second round of federal stimulus funds. Our estimated ESSER funding is $2 million based on the number of Title I students we have. And we'll also be receiving GEAR funds. However, the governor has not yet detailed how he plans to spend this round of funding, so it's still unknown. This slide is also from School Services of California, and this is sort of the governor's multi-year projection. If you notice, for fiscal year 21-22, he projects a $15 billion surplus, and this is due to the windfall that happened this year. However, beginning in 22-23, as expenditures are projected to outpace revenues, he has a structural deficit of $7.5 billion, and this is forecasted to grow to $11 billion in 24-25. And in our most recent MYP, we're also projected to deficit spend beginning next year. And it continues to grow also in 22-23, which is when our parcel tax sunsets. So if that doesn't renew, $4.7 million in revenue that we would have to do without. So the next step here is in March, we will present the second interim report along with our updated multi-year projections and any other new information that we know. Any questions?
All right, board, any questions?
Sometimes early on, we have some feel for what the legislature's thinking about it. It's pretty early, so I don't know that we know anything, but have we heard anything yet?
Have we heard anything about what?
The legislature sometimes gives their priorities and what they might be buying into right now or what they might want to change. Any early?
What I've heard is that with the expanded learning grants, there is buy-in with that, but however, a lot of controversy regarding the in-person instructional grants.
All right, thank you, April.
The latest thing that I read in the paper was that the governor was thinking about throwing most of the surplus behind the virus dissemination. So this plan to send the schools, what did you have on there, 9.2? It took me a minute to figure out how to get my view options to remove the pictures of us over the numbers. So
let me go back to that slide.
Yeah, it was right at the beginning. View options.
Third slide.
Yeah, 9.2 billion. So this is a definite proposal. This is not coming out of anything else to do with combating the virus.
This is
or is it part of?
These numbers are from the governor's 21-22 budget proposal, state budget proposal.
Okay.
So
I mean, I was just wondering if this is considered part of his effort to put the money toward combating the virus, or if it stands apart from that. That was.
Well, it is related because when he adopted the 2021 budget in July, at the time, the economy was expected to take a dive. So as part of his plan, he included deferrals, which means late payments. We're not going to pay you now, we'll pay you later.
Right.
But since the economy has done so much better and has been much more resilient than we anticipated, he doesn't need to hold on and to the funds now. He can actually afford to pay the schools their funding now rather than later.
The deferrals have gone away?
According to this proposal, but it's just a proposal right now.
Okay, okay.
April, how does the deferrals impact our school district? We only get paid twice a year.
So how it impacts our school district is just, we receive a minimum state aid funding of $3.8 million. So in his plan, he included deferrals from for February through May. So we typically receive the funding monthly, but if this was in place, we wouldn't receive all of it until a little bit later.
Got it. So it only impacts the basic aid.
The minimum state aid portion of $3.8 million.
Right. So the bulk of our revenue, which comes from property tax revenue, which we get twice a year per se when it's collected, isn't really impacted by deferrals.
Well, we did something called a TRAN to not be borrowing between funds.
Right. As a safety, an extra added measure, the previous assistant superintendent proposed to apply for a trans. However, we ended up really not needing it for cash flow purposes, but
it was
we
will
not need it going forward.
We won't need it. So a trans is a trans is meant to help you if you expect to have cash flow issues within a year. It needs to be paid back within the same year. So we have to pay that back before the end of June 30th, 2021.
So not having to have trans are a good thing. And when you're anticipating economic hardships or economic uncertainties, you plan with trans. And then
right. And nobody knew at that time. I think all school districts were scrambling.
Did the
right.
same action. They all lined up to get their trans lined up, and then
exactly.
So the fact that we're not using it is good news.
Yes.
Good news that we were ready, and good news that it's kind of like taking your umbrella and it didn't rain.
All right. Any other questions? Great. Thank you, April. And with that, we'll move to item 9E, or Measure AA bond construction update.
Good evening, board.
Good evening. John, are you going to present or would you like me to share?
I'll present it. I'm ready.
Okay. All right, great. Good evening, everyone. Start of a new year, and we got a lot of spring projects starting, so we wanted to give you a little bit of update on things. Next slide, please. We have the projects that we're starting. We have obviously bid. We have a lot of our next round of major projects bid, everything from the project to the architect to special inspectors. So we have a pretty good idea of cost and what they're projecting to be. These are mainly the Prospect Student Union, the Del Mar Admin Building, our kitchens, our door hardware, a lot of these big upcoming projects that we have cost estimates for or bids. Unfortunately, some of them have gone over. We anticipate needing some additional funds, but we've also saved quite a lot that we could, a lot of funds and budget that we can put towards it from our efforts in the fall due to COVID and not having students. Our accelerated seismic retrofit project. We no longer need the Westmont interim housing. The Westmont electrical switchboard is not needed. The energy management system, which I think was mainly the battery backup for campuses. We'd like to put that at the end of the projects, being that we don't really have a design for it right now, and some of these other projects are ready to be constructed. And then some other small closeouts that are old projects like scoreboards and old press boxes and things like that. So the column on the right are the projects that we see as needing more funds. And the goal is to get us budgets on these upcoming projects where we can move forward confidently and not have to constantly take from other projects. Do this and use our savings from other projects and be kind of responsible in what I call a healthy budget moving forward, to where we don't get stuck at the end of the project and be telling ourselves, oh, we built the building, but we need furniture. You know, that's a common mistake with a lot of school construction. So this takes into account a lot of those loose ends that we might need. The results of these budget reallocations, it's all in line with direction we've gotten from the board before. And the other attachment to the board documents is the more detailed reallocation, and we can answer any questions with it. Our contingency was reduced slightly, and unfortunately, the other contingent project, like the Lee Gym, the Westmont Gym, has to be temporarily depleted for us to do this. We are gaining interest on our bond funds. December, we gained about $150,000 in interest alone. We have other projects that we still need to close out that we've left some significant budgets in, such as the Branham and Westmont seismic and our Lee and Prospect pools. We have probably about $800,000 left in all those projects as well, but we're keeping it there because we still need to close them out. Any last minute change orders, DSA fees, things like that. So we hope to replenish these projects, the Westmont Gym especially, but right now we are taking it as a contingency project. Next slide, please. So this is again our dashboard. I updated a lot of our completed projects and made a couple a little bit more accurate. Our project total went down. We didn't cut anything. I just kind of made it a little bit more accurate. And the total facilities budget also went down from our previous one, but we actually found a mistake in our accounting for the CUHSD. The CUHSD money that we used, it's a little complicated. And what happened is our HVAC projects that we did, in 2017 were actually double counted. It doesn't change how we operated because both the budget and the cost was double counted. So our total available to us didn't change. So this is accurate now. And I just wanted to bring up that discrepancy from our last report. It was just an accounting error that looks major, but it really was not. It was pretty minor. Next slide, please. So these projects that we're talking about, the Prospect Student Union, they are starting abatement on it now. This project is starting, and we are actually starting to fine tune some of the interior colors and designs and furniture. And so it's definitely getting to the exciting part where we can say that the project has started and we can get the principal and staff more directly involved and kind of picking out little touches and little things that they can kind of take ownership of in this building. Next slide, please. So like I said, the abatement work has started. You can see them in there starting to remove some of the interior finishes. Our fencing is up around the site. We have our contractor's trailer there, our inspector's trailer, and all their company trucks. So it is a real construction site now for the Prospect Student Union, which is very exciting for us because that is, as we said, our biggest project, biggest single building on this bond. Next slide, please. So we got some updated renderings for the new classrooms at Prospect. I just wanted to share those with you. It's similar to ones you've seen in the past, but these are some new ones showing some new skylights above windows. I think some updated landscaping. This will be at the opposite end of the student union, and it's still at DSA for approval right now, but these renderings, the principal and assistant principal are very excited after they saw these renderings, and they're now sending it out to staff to kind of build up some excitement as well. Next slide, please. This is the interior of the makerspace that's going to go into this project. We wanted to have some, unique design elements and incorporate the upper walls to kind of give it some flavor and Prospect color. Next slide, please. It's just a reverse of that same room. Next slide, please. This is almost if you stepped outside towards the middle courtyard of that makerspace. Looking back at the building, we have our shade structure and some updated landscaping. Next slide, please.
All right, board. So this is the Westmont softball field. The new location, the new setup, and all of this, the new scoreboard's up, and we're moving right along with this. We're doing the finished landscaping project right now on this, and we will be ready to go for spring sports coming up here in the next 30 days or so if we start softball. Next slides, please. This is the Delmar kitchen. This has been gutted and now refurbished. You can see the new ceilings dropped in, painting around the top, and they're starting to, on the next room over, they're going to show the ventilation system. But this is the Delmar kitchen underway right now. Next slide, please. Here's the ventilation hood and the drop T-bar ceiling. And then outside, you can see them putting brick on the wall on that top right corner. And then there's equipment being installed in the bottom right corner there. So this is the Delmar kitchen. Next slide, please. This is the outside of the admin and library project. So they have their construction trailers up there, overhaul construction with the green fence up, and they are moving along right now with the library. So they've demoed the admin building already. They are currently in the admin building, yeah. The library, they're currently doing some abatement and taking samples and removing some asbestos in there, getting ready for that. The three portions of that building that need to come down are getting ready to come down in the next couple of weeks, and we're moving forward. So the structural engineer was out there yesterday, and things are going very well for Delmar right now. Next slide, please. This is the Branham asphalt and tennis court replacement. So before we had any bad weather, which we haven't had yet until tomorrow, we replaced all the asphalt from Meridian all the way to Dent, and we replaced the two tennis courts that we had damaged with the interim housing. This is contractors putting in new tennis court or tennis nets, and that's what this picture is showing here. Those have all been placed already. We have to wait until we have about 5 days of weather over 70 degrees so we can put the new paint down, the new acrylic where it's blue and green. So they will be playable. They're going to look like this. They're going to have new tennis nets up. They're currently up now. And today they were putting the fencing up for the next two courts, which you'll see in the next slide. Next slide, please. So this is the two new tennis courts that are going to be black. We're going to go ahead and stripe them with white paint right now so they can practice and play before the weather turns and we can get the acrylic paint on there, the blue and green paint. So all of this fabric is up as of today around these two new tennis courts, which was the site of our 12 interim housing classrooms for the last 2.5 years. Next slide, please. This is ADA accessibility at the Case Blackford. We placed another portable there at the end behind that van that you can see there. And part of that program is when you have, of course, any construction, you have to improve the ADA accessibility. And so this is the new striping they did in the parking lot there at the Blackford site. And on the right picture here, this is the Prospect press box ladder. The press box has been raised to the perfect height. And this is the new ladder to climb into it. It's about 5-6 steps up the ladder. It'll have a safety lock on it for safety purposes. So when the press box personnel is not there, it'll be safed off so no students can get up in there. Next slide, please. And that's it. Questions, folks?
Eric,
Ma'am.
I love the in the prospect rendering showing the science rooms, the landscaping is curved. Is that going to stay that way, or is that just fanciful?
That is our plan, is to have curves and not square areas, but more curvature. And
Yeah,
one of the things with this, and with the science, we've talked to the science department, and there's going to be a rock garden out there, like the two boulders in the bottom right corner. We're going to have like 5 or 6 different types of rock that they use in science. And so they'll be able to go outside and sit on the rock that they're talking about zinc, or they're talking about, you know, so it'll be nice effect for that project.
How did that come about?
It was actually the architect had talked about it, and we're adding science classrooms to the site. And there was a lot of discussion about making an outdoor learning experience. And by having nice big boulders of different types of things that you would use in science. And so it was Nathan and ADIS architects worked a lot with that and designing that.
I love the curved lines because it offsets all the boxiness of everything.
Yes, ma'am.
And thank you for the heads up about bad weather. Last time I checked 2 days ago, we just expected chilly tomorrow night, not wet.
Yeah, it's supposed to be
Gardner, I
55
need to
and
know this.
rain
Thank
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Eric, back to page 2 on the closed projects, the battery backup project. I'm racking my brains, but I remember having some conversations years ago, probably 2017, about doing some sort of battery storage so that the sites could become self-sufficient, that they would have enough power, they wouldn't have to, they would store what they got in the solar arrays during the day, and these batteries, they will run overnight, and then if there was like a public emergency and like an earthquake and people needed to go someplace, our schools would be there to serve the community. But that was not a project that was within the scope of Measure AA. We were looking at doing that if we could make it revenue neutral, that wasn't really going to cost us anything. Is that what you're talking about in that battery backup, or is it a different project?
No, it's the same project, Stacy, and it really was, we had earmarked some money in the bond for this. It may not have been called out as part of a project, but we had hoped previously, of course, to have some money earmarked for that project. And so Nathan and I have talked about it, and it's still possible, but I think it's further down the line because we need to get other projects that we have planned on the master plan completed first. And so that's why we've talked about moving it to the end of the line, kind of like our gyms that we have planned.
Yeah, so that one I'm a little nervous about, because while our definition of the project list that we put in the ballot language and that we're bound to is pretty high level, there's nothing specific that says we can't do that.
Right.
I'm not 100% sure that you can take a project like that and find it in that, because the battery backup was a complete afterthought from, you know, when we did all this stuff. So I'm just a little nervous from a compliance perspective, trying to earmark money for that. Not that I don't want to do battery backup and, you know, and all that kind of good stuff. And there's leaps and bounds in the technology. We even have, you know, Bloom Energy here that right here in Silicon Valley that's doing some neat stuff. I'm just a little concerned from an oversight perspective whether or not we really have the purview to be able to do that. So
well, I think just to echo it, I think the board rejected doing that, but somehow the money stayed in there because we were going to see if we could get it for free, right? So I think if we, maybe the solution is if there is a point where we may want to bring it back and that's a recommendation of staff, let's make sure it goes to the board before we spend money on it.
And let's make sure that we can do it within the bond language.
That all sounds good to Eric and I.
Absolutely.
Cool.
And then the second question I had, and my last question I have, is around this whole kind of rebalancing the closed under budgets and all that kind of stuff. So, throughout the course of any board meeting, you take action to consent and not on consent, where we recoup. Can somebody, okay, where we recoup the under budget. So like we'll do a deductive change order to basically say, okay, we didn't need, this was part of the retention and we have $10,000 in retention and we only spent 2,000. So we're going to take this 8,000 and do a deductive change order. And all those transactions add up over time. My question is, have we actually done like this, a formal sweep of all the under budget projects and swept them somewhere? And where is that money sitting? Did it get rolled into the contingency? Is there where did it get rolled into?
Yeah, so that is part of this effort. So what we did is we did kind of go through and do, like a sweep is a good word. We went project by project and closed out the ones to $0 that are completely done, and all those unused funds, whether they were a reduction in the contract amount or just budget that was never allocated or never encumbered and was just in the project, that all got moved to the contingency. And then we evaluated all our current commitments for the projects on the right-hand side, especially, and kind of did some projecting on our own based on what we've seen and reallocated that way. So it did kind of go to one central contingency pot and then got reallocated to these projects.
Okay, so if you look at the report, which is all of the detail, and I do know that there are some board members that like the details, that if you look at the budget remaining column, that's basically where you would see that on a line by line basis for everything. I'm wondering if there's a way to kind of give us a macro view of that and seeing it when you look at that, your dashboard, which I love, if we could have like like what the first line, right, what the lines are. This is, you have the total amount budgeted, the encumbered amount, the dispersed amount, the committed amount, and the remaining amounts type of thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
we could do a summary of all those that would kind of give you that snapshot, I think. Because in that detail, like I was saying, we still have like $250,000 in Branham seismic. That's pretty much done. We don't anticipate any change orders coming out of that, maybe a few minor ones, maybe about 10,000 for DSA closeout fees. There's still budget there that we plan to sweep, like you said, but Eric and I play it a little conservative until like we are all done, So we can show you those numbers, but we do have a few of those that we're not quite ready to pull from yet, but hopefully we will be able to soon to kind of help offset some of this too.
Yeah, appreciate that. Nice job, guys.
Eric and Nathan, somebody mentioned to me, I don't know when it was, but we saw a crack in the Prospect School pool. Try to say that. What are we doing on that? Or is that something we expected, or is that how that gets fixed?
Was it crack in the actual pool?
That's what I heard.
Yeah, so it's over 18 inches thick. If it was a crack, we haven't put the final coat on yet, which is the waterproofing section. So that was set for the 26th. Just got changed to February 2nd. We will be putting water in that pool, and that crack will be filled up and we'll be fine. Yes, sir.
So I thought.
I have a trivial question about the shade covers. Are they heavy duty canvas or something more solid? What are they?
Yeah, they are like a heavy duty, I wouldn't say plastic, but you know, they're weatherproof, weather resistant, all that, of a heavy duty kind of, yeah, fabric, I
And
guess. They're flexible, they're not solid, you know.
They stay up year round?
Yes, yeah, they would stay up year
Okay.
round.
Silly question, but given the seagulls in the area, one of whom once took a cookie out of my hand crossing the quad, how do we clean the top of a shade cover? How do you?
So Linda, we've actually had those shade covers. So I have some sample ones like that out at Prospect for the last 2.5 years. And they actually don't get that dirty with a little bit of rain and stuff. But as far as seagulls and stuff like that, I've been on the roof pretty much every day in the last month on that project. And they're clean on top, just like they are on the bottom at Prospect right now. So yeah.
So the fact that I once got anointed on my head was personal. All right. What I'd like to know next is the fencing around Del Mar. Because it looks like the entrance to the campus between the library and the admin building is going to be sort of diagonal. Is that right?
Yes.
And I'm assuming that there'll be some sort of kind of entry gate structure thing, archway, something of the sort. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
What I'm wondering is for the public, will people have to find a way inside the fencing to be able to access that main office building, or will the access be from outside? Okay. All right. Just points of curiosity. Thank you.
Yeah, the access will be from the one access, you know, into the admin will be from the outside. We're trying to set this up at all our campuses where you have one door into the admin from the exterior, and then you exit the admin on the campus past the secure fencing. That's kind of our goal.
Right. Like you did at Prospect.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. One, I don't know if it's a question. A thing that jumped out to me is just around Westmont losing the gym, right? Which I know the board has said multiple times that is the plan, right? And it was not shocking to see that we had to actually go to that part of the plan. And I think when we look at the scope of the entire bond, right, and we look at the dollars spent per school, Westmont, as a result, is going to be down at the bottom by a bit. And so I think from one board member's perspective, if there is another project that we could do at that school that's maybe not the cost of a whole gym, but there's some money left at the end and they have some need, just from like a fairness perspective of the taxpayers who are paying into this thing. Or maybe it's something we address in the next bond, right? Which is like in this one, Branham got a little bit more here because they didn't get as much the last time. Just wanted to name that piece of it. So, anything else?
No, Ken, and I totally agree with you there. And Nathan and I have talked about this a lot. With this bond master planning program, having gym decided for Lee and Westmont, it's a smaller gym than the sites really want, right? And so realistically, it makes sense that we don't build these gyms at those two sites at the end of the bond like it's prescribed, but we wait till the next bond and build a bigger gym for all 5 of the campuses. You know, Boynton's getting their NPR room, which is adequate for their student size and their count. So that was one of the things we talked about, and that's one of the reasons we requested put those 2 projects at the end of the bond. So it really makes sense to give them the bigger gym that they really want in the next bond, if possible.
Got it. Great. So I think that's it for this report, unless anyone has anything else. Linda, I saw you came off mute.
No.
You're good? Okay, cool. Board, would you like to take a break?
After I say, nice job, guys. Everything's looking great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so it's 8:41 p.m. Let's try to be back at 8:50. All right, if we get the board back on camera, we'll go ahead and get started when you're ready.
Count on us. Now is the perfect time to ensure you and your family.
All right, so I'll call this meeting back to order. It is 8:50 p.m. And we are on item 10. So board, we probably have 2.5 hours, 3 hours left. It depends how much we talk. So we'll just all be mindful of that. And head into item 10, our consent calendar. Actions on all consent calendar items will be acted upon in one motion with no discussion prior to the board vote. Unless a board member or the superintendent requests that any such item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion by trustees or any interested party. Each consent item approved by the board shall be deemed to have been considered in full and adopted as recommended. Is there any item anyone wants pulled from tonight's consent calendar? I'll move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Motion by me, second by Linda. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
trustee Brown,
Aye.
trustee Goitia,
Aye.
and trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, with a 5-0 vote, the consent calendar passes, and that takes us all the way down to item 16A, which is to discuss and approve an extension of level 1 distance learning and limited in-person supports for this spring 2021 educational program. We do have some public comments, digital blue cards for this item, so we'll take them in the order they were received, and there are 5. And so they'll have the full 3 minutes when they are called. John, if we can get Christina S. on the phone.
Okay, great, thanks.
All right.
Hi, Christina, welcome to the meeting. You have 3 minutes when you start, and if you could please state your full name for the record.
You have 3 minutes.
Maybe mute the YouTube in the background because it's delayed.
Can you hear us?
I can barely hear you. Sorry.
Can you state your full name and then you have your 3 minutes to speak?
Okay. My name is Christina Suzuki. I am a parent of a 9th and 12th grader. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. I wasn't going to read this whole letter as it being very late, but I'll try to do my best and I can forward it to you guys. I do want to bring some relevant points up about some callers and some points that I'd like to hopefully address. I think definitely a theme in this whole presentation has been no engagement. That students are definitely becoming less and less engaged, my kids included, and especially my senior who is desperately trying to get some kind of average school year out of this year. Please, no more Zooms. The kids are dying on the computer. They'll probably both need glasses in the next year or so. I think extra in-person support is what we need right now. Another comment really quick is about the enrollment data. You know, my son is in 9th grade. He doesn't know how to navigate high school. He doesn't know his way around campus. He doesn't know what specifically it is to be a high school. And if we have a bubble behind them, what do you think the 8th graders are going through? So maybe support for this grade and the grade coming in should be a focus of the board. I also want to ask, maybe not summer school is the answer. I don't know if I can convince my son to do it, but maybe something in August prior to coming back if we absolutely cannot come back this year, just for some engagement and some navigation around the campus specifically. But you are going to have some kids that will retain in 8th grade. I've had parents kind of question about if that's even a thing that they are able to do. So that bubble that we might not, that we are pretending that we may see next year may not happen because parents are asking for their kids to be held back. I'm a nurse and I go through shortages all the time. We work short at the hospital, which is one of our crises right now. And when I started working with COVID last March, I did not want to go in the hospital. It was scary and it was unnerving, and we did it. We had to do it. And I hope teachers feel the same. There's way more PPE and safety that has been done and can be done in the future. I actually reached out to the UCSF article professor, Dr. Jean Noble, and she said she would love to talk to this board and any teachers unions to see that opening can be done safely. The numbers are decreasing, although slowly. They will continue to improve. So I'm hoping that the board, Dr. Bravo, will not decide to completely close down for a month at a time, that maybe we can do a 2-week look around to see if we can get back to school. Please don't make 2021 class a forgotten class. They have no memories to speak of or to share or grow from or learn.
Christina, I apologize, but that is time, so I have to mute it. If you have additional thoughts in that letter, if you could please email it to me or to the entire board, I'll make sure we all get it. And thank you very much for calling in tonight. We're going to go to our second caller, Roberta Lynch.
All right, Roberta is ready to go.
All right, Roberta, hi, you're on with the board. You have 3 minutes. Take it away.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, Roberta, hi, you're on the board. You have 3 minutes. Take it away.
Okay. Roberta, if you could mute your YouTube video, because it's delayed.
Can you turn the background noise off?
Yeah, sorry. Hi, my name is Roberta Lynch, and I'm a teacher at Prospect High School. I teach English language development, and all my students, except for a few, are either African American or Latino. The others are Asian. I recently heard some concerning statistics that I wanted to share with you. And once you hear them, I hope you take them into consideration when it comes to reopening school and moving from level 1 to level 2. As we know, Latinos and African Americans have a much higher rate of COVID-19. But did you know that African American children are 5 times as likely to go to the hospital with COVID as white children? Latino children are 8 times the rate of white children when it comes to needing to go to the hospital. My students can't be at this meeting, and I hope I can be a voice for them, for their health and their families' health. I hope that you will seriously consider these statistics when it comes time to reopen school. As Nancy Pelosi recently said, if it's safe for one, it has to be safe for all. Okay, thank you. That's all I have to say.
All right, we'll move to our next caller, Samin Schoenherr.
All right, Samina's ready.
All right, Samina, on with the board. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. So I'm asking for two things this evening. First, please don't make anybody go back who doesn't feel safe. Back in the December 1st meeting, Dr. Bravo stated that his recommendation at that time did not force anyone to return in person. I don't have a pre-existing condition. I don't have childcare issues. I don't care for somebody who is compromised. I'm very fortunate in that respect. If I didn't feel safe returning to school, I was told that I could fill out a request for modification of assignment. However, after I filled out the request for modified assignment, I was told that my application was incomplete because I hadn't submitted any medical certification forms for myself or household members. So now I'm stuck in this red tape limbo. I'm told that I can request a modification of assignment, but I can't complete it because I don't fit any nice little check boxes. And I know I'm not the only teacher that received this message. Many teachers are dealing with things that don't fit nicely into check boxes on these forms. And it puts the burden on those teachers who don't fit into specific categories to risk themselves or loved ones if we are required to return to in-person learning. Secondly, please don't feel rushed to make a decision now to commit to a specific date to move to level 2. Dr. Bravo proposed postponing consideration of transitioning to level 2 services during the meeting in late February or early March, and this makes so much sense. It makes sense to set a date when reconsideration will happen, but not to actually commit to a date to moving to the next tier. But if the time does come to consider a date for return to in-person learning, please also consider how much time is actually left in the school year and if the disruption to scheduling would be worth it at that point. I teach Avid 4, and my seniors are desperate for a chance to have some opportunities to go back in person. Some of them are, but not all. We had a chance to actually go back for an Avid social in person, an Avid senior social in early December, and only about half of the seniors at that point felt safe going back just for an hour on campus. And now things are at a worse point. That was all for my comments, but just on a quick side note, Rafi Alapont asked me to clarify his comments at the beginning of the meeting when he spoke about the mass recovery program at Prospect. He was driving at the time that he received the phone call to make his comments. Although he feels he has been able to create an environment that he feels safe working with select students 1 day a week, he does not feel it is a model that should be or could be used for a return to campus for classes that meet several days a week. Thanks for your time.
All right, so our next speaker is James Lucas.
James is here and ready to go.
All right, James, you have 3 minutes. Take it away.
Trustees, thank you. I'm James Lucas, science teacher at Del Mar. I'd like to thank, first of all CUHSD teachers and administrators for their tireless work during improving student success last semester. Teachers and students learned and adapted during the challenges of a pandemic. I know it comes as no surprise, but I support Superintendent Bravo's likely recommendation that extends the level 1 model. Remember, we are in the middle of a pandemic, so student success today should not be compared to student success before COVID. No one signed up for this. First, I do want to address some anecdotal safety evidence provided at previous board meetings. Many industries have extensive budget for PPE, short interactions, flexibility for how they interact with others. We have multiple intermingled cohorts with students exposed to 6 other classes over every AB day cycle. Second, school reopening discussions are often based on K-12 data. Recognize that elementary schools have small, stable, young cohorts. We have older mixed cohorts that are more likely to catch COVID. Because of this, it's pretty likely that K-12 data will overestimate risk for the youngest and underestimate risk for our students. I'd really like to see data based on high school, not on K-12 entirely. The risk isn't low. LAUSD positivity rates in December were 10%. 10% of the students they tested for COVID-19 were positive, with the majority asymptomatic. Lastly, I want to address the study that's on slide 4 that's in front of you for item 16A. REACH is commonly cited to support the reopening of schools. So, being a science teacher, I practice what I preach, and I read a portion of the study. REACH did not give simultaneous hybrid instruction a stellar recommendation. Their recommendation was based on the trade-off between benefits to students and parents and the cost of spreading the virus and harming teachers. Notice that they said that schools spread the virus. REACH also said that reopening schools in counties with high baseline hospitalization rates, quote, would be more likely to spread the virus and its negative health outcomes. Let that sink in. The hospitalization rate increases when schools are reopened when the baseline rate is relatively high. These results were based on summer and early fall COVID-19 numbers. I have a huge problem with the validity because of this. Look at the county dashboard on your slide 3. I don't believe this study is valid. The baseline rate is high most places these days. Trustees, our shared responsibility is ending the pandemic so students can return to the supportive school and social environments they need. Any choice you make that increases the risk of community transmission simply extends the pandemic. Please continue phase 1. Thank you.
All right, and our last speaker is Joy Braun.
Joy is ready to go.
All right, hi Joy, you're on with the board. You have 3 minutes. Take it away.
Thank you. My name is Joy Braun, and I am a teacher at Westmont High School. I second and third all of the teachers that have been speaking before me in hoping that you do not return to level 2 anytime real soon. The COVID rates are have been skyrocketing through December and January. We're at at a very, very high number. I personally have my father-in-law is in the hospital with COVID at the moment, and he tested positive on New Year's Eve. So obviously, this is pretty emotional for me. This whole business. One of the things that frustrates me to no end is that when I listen to Dr. Bravo, I too do not feel safe to go back to the classroom, and I am again another one of those people who did not. I don't qualify by checking those check boxes, and so I was also told that I needed to fill out additional paperwork, which of course I cannot fill out. I don't have a person. I'm not a primary child care giver. I don't have a medical condition myself. Although my husband is over 60, he's not at high risk. So I felt lied to, and I felt absolutely. I just felt lied to, Dr. Bravo. That was absolutely incorrect. You are forcing people to go back who do not feel safe. And then as I look at the CUHSD protocol, it says in the classroom for students that they do not have to, there's nothing there that tells that they actually have to wear masks. Regarding face coverings, all students are required to wear face coverings while arriving and departing outside the classroom, while waiting or riding on a school bus. But inside the classroom, it does not say that they have to have a mask. What is up with that? I mean, when I was originally told that, I'm like, no, you must be incorrect. But I'm looking at the CUHSD document right at the moment, which says that all adults must wear a face covering at all times while on campus, except while eating or drinking. But the students are only required to wear face masks when coming or departing or outside the classroom when eating or unless they're eating or drinking. That's appalling. My daughter is a student at University of Denver, they are required to have a flu vaccine, 10-day quarantine, negative COVID test. They are required to request to have COVID tests twice a week for students who live on campus, once a week or every other week for students who are going to be going to in-person classes, and they are distanced, and they are required to wear face masks, and they wipe the desks before they sit down. They wipe the desks after they are leaving, as they are leaving the classroom, and they are distanced about 15.
All right, I'm so sorry, but that was time. So if you have additional thoughts, if you could please email it to the board or email it to me, and I can disseminate it to the board. And thank you for calling in. And just, I just want to name two things really quick to clear some things up. One, Dr. Bravo's been very clear that there'd be zero tolerance for students who are not wearing masks. He said that at every single meeting we've had. And so while it may not show up in the text that way, or you didn't discern that, that is a thing that we have talked about multiple times. The second one is, I think there's been some spin around something Dr. Bravo said in December, when which he said, hey, what we're doing tonight is we're voting on a plan to potentially reopen. Here's the 4 phases. By approving this phased plan and phased approach, by definition, you're approving that approach. Tonight, we're not voting to send anyone back who doesn't want to go back. That's what Dr. Bravo said. Now, could that change at some point in the future? Yes. But at no point, I don't think, maybe it was misconstrued, but that I don't think Dr. Bravo was being disingenuous in that process. So with that said, Dr. Bravo, 16A, take it away.
Thank you. But I'm going to first ask Ms. Hudson if she has something to say, because she turned her camera on, and she usually does that with purpose.
I did, and I apologize to President Gallagher for interrupting you. I did just want to clarify, it was brought to our attention that I think the reference was regarding a summary of district protocols based on county requirements and recommendations. It was brought to our attention that section was missing. So there is a revised summary of those protocols, and reinforcing exactly what you just said, that expectation of 100% face covering wearing at all times, including the classroom. It is updated on the staff portal now.
Thank you, Meredith. Trustees, just to, I know that President Gallagher addressed it, but I just like to, address it again. I am nothing but saddened if people felt that they were lied to or that I was disingenuous. But I just want to read to you the exact quote of what I said at 1 hour and 58 minutes into the board meeting. I said, my recommendation doesn't force anybody to go back in person. A yes vote from you for the recommendation does not do that. What it does is create a pathway to make preparations for that to happen should you feel that's the appropriate thing to do. So what is the that? The that is having to go back in person. So and then at 2 hours, 5 minutes, I said, we have a number of staff that we believe would qualify for accommodations to have assignments that are fully distance learning. That if we ask them to come, they would have health conditions that put them at risk, at special risk, or live with people that have health conditions that put them at special risk, for example. So I think there's a little bit of, unfortunately, some folks really just grabbed onto that one particular sentence and maybe didn't catch the whole thing. So, but I do apologize if anybody felt that somehow I was disingenuous. So if we can have the slides for my recommendation. And let's have the first one. So in early December, I proposed to you all that we think about reopening, and reopening is not quite the right word because we're open, right? We have school happening, but we're talking about returning to having more in-person services. So what I suggested is that we conceptualize it in 4 different phases. So the first phase is distance learning with limited in-person support, like the support hubs that we have already in place. Now we are expanding the service in those support hubs, as I indicated earlier in the meeting, but nonetheless, what we don't have is we don't have any requirement of the teaching staff to come onto campuses. At level 2, that is when we would be asking teaching staff to come onto campus to do some kind of academic supports. So not instruction, but some in-person supports. Level 3, in-person instruction for some students. And then level 4 would be in-person instruction by preference, meaning if a family wanted their student to have in-person learning, that there would be some. If they didn't want there to be in-person learning, they would remain remote. As I said previously, I did not think that level 4 would actually be achievable within this academic year. And that is in large part because of staffing issues. We have over a fourth of our teaching force that did submit applications for accommodation because of their own health conditions or the health conditions of other people that they live with. And that right there, and the lack of substitutes, not just in the Valley, but really across the country, probably will not make that possible. So what I suggested is that at this meeting, we would examine whether or not current conditions called for moving to level 2. In early December, we knew that a new surge was happening following Thanksgiving. What we didn't know is, would we as Californians, would we as people living in the Bay Area, would we do a better job with the winter holidays like Christmas or New Year's? Well, we didn't, unfortunately. And if we could see the next slide. So you can see that we did not improve in December. We made it even worse, and it continued to grow in terms of the spread of COVID-19. On the positive, many researchers are saying that it appears that this surge has leveled off and is going to begin going down, but we don't know that yet. So unfortunately, that hope that we had did not materialize. If I can have the next slide. So this particular piece of research that came out the first week of January on the effects of school reopenings on COVID-19 hospitalizations, it is not perfect by any means, but it's considered, at least in the media, to be probably the most rigorous study that we have around the question. And the key finding is that it appears safe to reopen schools in counties where there are fewer than 36 to 44 new COVID-19 county hospitalizations per 100,000 people per week. Well, on January 1, in our county, I think we were at 51. We were at 51. So this, I think, has to give us pause at this time, because we do not want to add to the spread. If I can have the next slide. So that is why that I cannot recommend that we move to level 2 or level 3 at this time. And I think that I would request that the trustees, and I'm sorry, trustees, we only have one meeting in February, and that's early February. And my request would be that the trustees meet at some point in late February to take up the question again, if we think we can expand any phases. Another one, and some of the things that I think that we'll need to monitor is, of course, hospitalization. But there are other things that are barriers to being in a place where I think we would all like to be. Governor Newsom's plan right now, the Safe Schools for All plan, it is focused squarely on K-6. It makes allowances for small groups of high school students to have in-person instruction, but it is very much focused on K-6, and the rationale that was published along with it was based on research that focused on younger students. That is true. Likewise, President Biden has talked about getting the majority of K-8 students with in-person learning within his first 100 days. But there has been relatively silent on the question of high school. So these things have to, at minimum, I think, at least give us some pause. Unfortunately, the positive thing is we have vaccines that seem to be highly effective, which is a wonderful positive. My brother, who is a police officer, got shot number 1 at the beginning of the week. And my dad, who is in that over 75 group, got shot number 1 today. And he called to let me know. He calls me every day. He's called me every day since the pandemic has been the case. So that's a positive thing. However, we are far behind in vaccination progress. According to the CDC, there are only 7 states that have administered fewer shots per capita than California. Our state has not done a great job of getting this vaccine out. Yesterday, the state's epidemiologist, Dr. Pan, said that she believed it would take 4 to 5 months to give the 2 doses to the 65 and over group. Now, it's promising that educators are placed into phase 1B to receive the vaccine. However, as of now, districts have been provided no information about when to expect educators to actually start getting that said vaccine. What we have been told is that, although it's subject to change, I think that the initial approach of the county is that it's going to ask for people's regular health providers to be the ones to administer the vaccines. So for those of our staff who are with Kaiser, that it would be up to Kaiser to give them their shot. For those of our staff who are with Stanford, and it would be Stanford to do that, et cetera. So that is another thing that is, I think, a barrier for a lot of people. And the other barrier I want to mention, going back to Governor Newsom's plan, in April, in her presentation on the governor's budget, made reference to this, that there's a lot of controversy around the governor's proposal, the Safe Schools for All proposal. And some of that controversy is because there are a number of districts who they've done the math and they've said the incentive grants that the governor is proposing, they don't actually pay for themselves, because those grants have an expectation that is much, much higher than previously published around the district's obligations to provide frequent testing, not just to staff, but actually to provide it to students as well. And that money to do so, several districts have found that it offsets the grant. In fact, it costs the district more money to apply for the grant than not to apply for those grants. So, you know, these are the kinds of things that I think have enough question marks out there that I think it's best that at this time we remain in the phase one. I hope that by the end of February that we will have more clarity around a number of these issues. If I could have the next slide. I want to stress to you, trustees, though, that this recommendation is truly based on the things that I just covered. And it's not a reflection on the readiness of staff. And mostly especially the classified staff in maintenance, et cetera, who've been doing the work of warehousing, delivering, and preparing our sites. So in terms of preventative measures, just to give you some numbers, we have 14,450 cloth masks on school sites now, with almost 5,000 more in the warehouse. We have 11,100 disposables at the school sites right now, with another 54,000 in the warehouse. We have 2,772 face shields in the warehouse. We have 645 hand sanitizer bottles in the warehouse and a number already distributed. We have about 600 wall-mounted sanitizer dispensers, which are at the site and should be installed by next week. We have in our possession, not on order, we have in our possession 46 freestanding hand sanitizer dispensers. Every site has the Clorox 360 mister as a way to rapidly disinfect areas. They also have e-mist backpack sprayers, 2 per site. One of the things that I had said before was that if any space that we would use as a classroom, that our goal was to have it so that those places would either have HVAC units with MERV 13 filtration, and if that was not possible, that we would have HEPA units in those classrooms. And so we have distributed 76 smaller HEPA units for smaller offices and rooms. We've distributed 10 medium-sized ones for larger ones, and we have 22 large HEPA units for like a library type space. And these are not on order. We have them, they are distributed. We've distributed out to sites 2,500 student desktop shields, and we distributed 680 teacher desktop shields. So I just want to give a thanks out to all of those staff members who have been working to prepare as much as possible to have safe places at such time that we may be able to go back if that is possible. In terms of monitoring response, we have a system for staff and student screening, administrators being trained on the COVID-19 procedures. And these procedures, they do evolve, they do change. So we recently got some new procedures, but we'll have the administrators trained by next week in those new procedures. And we did do our pilot with Curative for employee testing, and we're ready to ramp that up. So I just want to not let you wonder about our preparedness, at least in terms of these particular items. Have the next slide. What do you know? It's time for questions.
All right, can we go to board view? Questions, comments, thoughts from the board?
One of the statistics you gave, Bob, was the desktop for students. How many did you say we had? Right near the end.
The student shields, 2,500 are distributed.
Thank you.
We have a few more in the warehouse. We have 28 in the warehouse, but 2,500 are out the sites.
Thank you.
I guess I'll kick things off. So we try to do this when we talk about this topic. I'll reemphasize, I'm a parent. I've got 2 adult sons. They're not in high school. They're young adults trying to get through college. I'm incredibly worried about the impact of all of this stuff on their poor lives. I worry about them every night. And you know, for those of us who are parents, you know that you know, your best day is still tempered by how your kids are, you know, the struggles of your kids. So parents, the parents that are writing to us and commenting and things like that, I understand. I feel the same thing. I'm going through the same thing, just not with high school age kids. Teachers, staff, administrators, all the people that are telling us about their fear, being scared to go back, not wanting to risk their health at this point. I share that as well. I've shared in the past that I am at a higher risk because of some underlying health conditions. And in my old job that I was doing last year, there was absolutely no way that I would risk my health for my client and go back and work in the building they wanted me to go back in. I felt very strongly about that. And I was in a position where I could do something about that. So I understand that. But, you know, I think what Bob talked about in terms of just how extraordinary these times are and what has happened in the world with these surges since Thanksgiving and all that other stuff. I mean, nobody in their right mind would try to do anything other than what Bob is recommending. And our first and foremost responsibility to our students and to our employees is to give them safe places to learn and to work. So I wholeheartedly concur with your recommendation, Bob, and I'll say it again. I have confidence in the process that we have undertaken in getting to the plan that was put together and reviewed on December 1st, and the recommendation that you're making tonight to basically keep triangulating, keep looking forward and picking dates to see how are the conditions doing. It's almost like that commercial Captain Obvious, right? It's obvious that you wouldn't want to do anything that could impact the surge right now. The status, talk to doctors and nurses in hospitals that are treating these patients and how overwhelmed they are. We, as a community, we have to be still for a while so that everything that's going on in the hospitals can calm down and our healthcare system can function so that if we get sick, we can be taken care of. So again, to me, it's just a no-brainer about the approach that we're taking. It's the right approach. It's a no-brainer to even think about expanding what we're doing. And what I would ask of our community is, and maybe I've just been listening, this has been going on so long, and maybe this is my fatigue, but when you send us these emails and say these things, it just comes across like you're really not trusting us. That somehow you feel like there is some intent that isn't what is in the best interest of our students. That's one board member. That's how I'm starting to feel. And I just ask that we all cut each other a little bit of slack, and show some grace. Everybody in this district is working really hard to do the best that we can with the cards that we've been dealt in this crazy time. And so with that, that's kind of pretty much all I want to say, other than one last thing is that, I talked about the idea of reopening better, not just going back to the way it was pre-COVID, because it was kind of broken before then too. And you guys should all read Chris Funk's monthly op-ed in San Jose Spotlight about just that, opportunities for us to learn from what we've learned during COVID and reopen better than what we had before. So I'll just leave it at that.
All right. I guess I'll go. So I have a lot of notes, but they're jumbled, so give me a sec. So I think like I said at the beginning, right? I don't know if there's probably lots of right answers, lots of wrong answers here, right? And I think no matter what each individual board member is thinking or what a member of the community is thinking, I respect that. I think it's trying to balance this impossible situation that was unimaginable 18 months ago. It's coupling, I know people who are in the ICU fighting for their lives tonight, right? I keep checking my phone because you never know. Like, that is the reality of people I know well. And coupled with that, there are students who are going to be negatively impacted by this situation, or they're at least impacted, right, for the rest of their lives too. And it's harder to see that impact today, right? But it is something that is real. And whether it is the mental health impacts that come with this, whether it's losing your entire senior year and not going to a prom, or it's you missing out on like some real content that is going to hurt you in the, your earning potential someday, right? And put you at a disadvantage to kids who graduated a year before you and 2 years behind you. That is all very real as well. And so I think that's the lens I try to approach this with. I agree full-heartedly with your recommendation, Dr. Bravo. I think it is the right recommendation for January 21st, 2021. I pull the graph of the numbers every day and I do my own little nerdy data analysis on it. And it's been shocking of how poorly our community has done at keeping this thing at bay. Not to the fault, well, maybe to the fault of some, but it's part of what this is. This is, the numbers are just really bad. And the numbers you named from January 1st, I think something like 30 or 40% of the deaths that we've had in our county have happened since January 1st, right? There's a lot has changed even since then. So my whole thing is, I do think it makes sense to hold open the possibility that we can expand some services at some point, whether it's late February, it's our first meeting in March. I'm not incredibly hopeful about that at this point, but you never know how things might change in 4 weeks, right? I don't feel like Gavin Newsom's plan is really helping high schools, right? I think baked into that plan is, hey, we're going to focus on K-6 and high schools. It's kind of unsaid that there's not going to really be a plan there. And President Biden, he said he's focusing on K-8, right? And so once again, we're kind of left thinking, what about us? Like, do we matter? Do our kids matter? I feel they do. I think the key is vaccines, right? And I think that's the main question I have is how can we secure vaccines for our staff? And then what does that look like if people refuse to take a vaccine? Or in one of the surveys, 10% of our teaching staff said they wouldn't want to come back even if they were vaccinated. What happens there, right? Those are the questions that are going around in my head. And if it's a no-go in late February, early March, it's what is August going to look like? And so I think as a trustee, as one individual member of this board, that is what I think getting vaccines in people's arms is the easiest and best way to make significant progress here. Whether it's buying them from Pfizer ourselves, I don't know what that looks like, but to the extent we can control that, Stacy's saying no, but crazier things have happened.
Oh, you can't do that. I'm just saying the way the supply chain works.
Yeah. So anyways, that's a little rambly, but I think that's where I'm coming from. I think, and then it's the credit recovery, right? The kids who are failing multiple classes, kids who this is just not working for them. I've seen kids who, I've seen what it looks like on the other side and what it looks like for some kids. And it's not pretty. So that's top of mind too.
I concur with Dr. Bravo's position. And I know, because I know him, the thought and the desire to do good, profound desire to do good, and struggle that he has put into this, wanting to come to a happier conclusion than he has had to come to. And I thank you for the wrestling that you've done with this issue. For me, the sticking point is still the guidelines, even for reopening, are social distancing. And I simply know that we are not physically set up to social distance 8,500 people. I want to say something about the vaccine that I don't know if would be of any help or not, but as Dr. Bravo indicated, the vaccine is coming out apparently through the private providers. Kaiser, according to the receptionist that I spoke with on a couple of occasions with Stanford Healthcare, which is my provider, they said Kaiser was for some reason getting more vaccine or had more of it at the moment than they did. In fact, Sutter Health had a bit more than they did. I asked twice last week from two different receptionists if there was any way, since I'm over 65, for me to get an appointment, and they said they had no idea. But interestingly, yesterday I had a pre-scheduled appointment with my physician, remote appointment, online appointment, to go over my routine lab work. And I told him at the time, I said, I'm going to be 73. Can I get in the queue? Can I get on a waiting list? And he said, no, you're eligible. And he said, we're giving it out on Samaritan Drive, but not enough of it. And the wait is much longer. If you're willing to drive to Palo Alto, and I thought Palo Alto, I'd drive to San Diego. If you're willing to drive to Palo Alto, you can get in line much sooner. I will issue you an invitation through the My Health portal to sign up for an appointment. And he did that, and I did. So I'm putting that out there because it's possible, depending on who your provider is, that should you schedule an appointment with your physician and discuss with him that you are an educator, this is the situation that you're in, that you could be returning at some indeterminate point in the future, you'd like to get vaccinated, that your physician then might issue the invitation to sign up for an appointment online. I did it through My Health Online. If that's helpful to anybody, great.
just so tired of COVID. I think I just need to say that, one, because I am, but two, because I think, part of this role is taking, making these big decisions, and we're all human, and we've been dealing with this crisis, and usually crises go on for a short period of time. And this has been a very long period of time where the resolution is still undetermined. And I think we all want to return back to normal. And there are a lot of different ideas about how we best do that, and what we need to do most urgently. I am in full support of Dr. Bravo's recommendation. I don't need to belabor the point. I think that's already been made pretty clearly. I think, like Trustee Gallagher said, I would like to remain open to the possibility of creating more in-person opportunities for students. I see every single day my students who I wish I could have in my classroom, who are getting logged on and logged off, and who I couldn't hear what you were saying because my sister was crying and my mom has to work, and so I'm half babysitting. We have a lot of students who are in situations where their learning it's not happening. We have a lot of students who are doing okay at home, and we have a lot of students who are doing okay learning, but not okay in terms of, if I think about getting to go to a restaurant and sit with a table of 10 people, I can't even really remember what that was like. And it feels like I can't wait to do that. And it just sucks. And I just think we need to remember that we are all human in this too, despite all of the disagreements. And for all that being said, what the science provides us right now is that it's not time for us to provide expanded services. If I'm honest, I'm not too hopeful that that would happen soon, but I would like to remain open, and hopefully be pleasantly surprised. We have been surprised that the vaccine has become available before we thought it would. Now the issues are the distribution of it, of course. But I do thank Dr. Bravo and the team for preparing as if we were going to be going back tomorrow, even though we're not. We have the PPE in place based on our best knowledge, which is constantly changing. I do feel confident that when we are going to a level 2 or level 3, that we will be the best possibly prepared and equipped that we can be, given the information that we have. They'll never be perfect. So I concur with the recommendation at this time.
The good news is Amazon said they're going to help with distribution, or they offered today. They want to help get to 1 million injections in 100 days. And I think they could, I did the math. They have 800,000 employees in the United States. They can get it done overnight if they just give them to their own employees. But per board protocol, I don't need to say any more than what's been said. I want to maintain the opportunity to get as many kids onto our campuses, to have real life experiences, to get around the supports that we have in our site at our sites. And so I'm hopeful that some of these support hubs will expand, multiply. It's not time to bring everybody back.
Do the student board members want to say anything?
I agree with all the points that have been said. And I think most students do too. So I think definitely just seeing the last 6 weeks, and COVID has really gotten to more people. Just I know more friends that are now like, oh wait, this didn't disappear like I thought it would 6 weeks ago, and oh, it's still getting worse. So no, I fully agree with Bravo's plan.
Dr. Bravo, can you talk about if we scheduled a meeting for late February and the board decided to expand past phase 1 what would a timeline look like there? Because I think there's a lot of disinformation that gets thrown about. So just being naming, if we did do that, and then the board and the science and everything said, hey, we can expand, would that happen the next day? Would that happen a month later? Like, what would that look like?
It wouldn't happen the next day. I think at most aggressive, we'd probably be talking about, something more like 5 to 10 days. And one of the things that trustees that you'll have to think about is this question of, is there a certain point in the school year in which we feel that if we can't go to in-person by that time, that it stops being, I'm going to use air quotes, worth it, right? Now, I will tell you that personally, my personal feelings would be, yes, it's worth it. That, is 5 weeks worth it? Is 4 weeks in person worth it? Is 3 weeks it worth it? I'm going to be more, I personally am more towards the side of, yes, it's worth it. But I understand that a lot of folks will feel like at a certain point, it's disruptive. Why not just finish now the way we've been going? And I think that would be, an issue for trustees for you all to weigh in on at a future meeting.
So, the frequency that we evaluate conditions, I think, is important because I think there's just so many variants right now in conditions that we should. So the idea of, so we have one meeting in February. It's the first week, February 4th. The third week is vacation. So the district is, or schools are closed. And so if we were to, do on the 4th, just kind of have conditions change too much, no, type of thing, that's good. But then the question becomes, do we need to have another meeting to evaluate between February 4th and March 4th? Because if it was the week after break, then the following week is the regular meeting. So, just looking at the calendar, I'm not 100% sure that there's a lot of value to scheduling a special meeting the last week of February just to do, another evaluation when we'll get it the following week.
Stacey, this may shock you. That was my exact same thought process of, hey, look, we're gonna know a lot more on March 4th than we might know on February 25th.
And trustees, if I can do a little self-correction, I think when you asked timeline, President Gallagher, I said 5 to 10 days on the earliest. And right now, our proposal with our bargaining partners is 10 days.
10 calendar days or 10 school days?
Ooh, man.
Just send us put in a Friday memo.
Well, I just saw that Meredith is unmuted, so help me out, Meredith.
Calendar, I believe. I can double check.
No, it's okay. I don't know. Thoughts on not doing another meeting in late February and just waiting until March 4th?
Makes sense to me.
Depends on what's going on. If there's not a reason to call a meeting, don't call a meeting.
Yeah, that one.
Well, and that's a good point. I mean, if you can always call a meeting with 24 hours notice.
Okay. Other thoughts or questions? Bob, do you have what you need from the board?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Anything else? Great. I think it goes without saying, and multiple board members have said it, but thank you for all you're doing to get us where we're at and prepared, and the PPE and all the different things we're doing to be prepared when the time comes. All right, so we are now on item 16B, a second reading of board policies.
Yes, trustees, this is a second reading of recommended changes to board policy. These are recommendations from CSBA and are related to changes in law.
Do we have a
Move
motion?
to approve.
All right.
Second.
All right, so a motion by Linda, a second by Christina. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, could we please have a roll call vote?
Yes, trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
And trustee Verich.
Aye.
I have a 5-0 vote. The motion passes.
And trustee Gallagher, the previous item, because it's listed on the agenda as an action item, although you all unanimously agreed in comments.
Got it. We can vote. We can
This
vote.
item vote would be appropriate.
Great. So,
Move to approve.
well, board, is it okay to go back into 16A? Is that friendly? All right.
Yes.
Christina?
Move to approve Dr. Bravo's recommendation.
Second.
All right. Motion by Christina, second by Stacy. Any additional discussion? Can we have a roll call, please?
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, 5-0 passes. 17A is to adopt resolution 36 on National School Counseling Week. Meredith.
Sure, and I will just correct myself a second ago. It is 10 working days, 2 weeks. I apologize for that confusion.
Thank you.
All right, so it is time again to begin some recognitions. This is for National School Counseling Week, the first week of February. And the theme this year is school counselors all in for all students. You have a resolution attached, and again, we bring this to you annually as part of our recognition, and we will do our part to recognize and thank school counselors during that week. And that's my introduction for you.
All right, thank you.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion by Robert, a second by Christina. Any discussion?
Thank you, counselors, for counseling us through pandemics.
Yeah. Okay.
A lot of emphasis, or we've heard a lot of stories about how difficult, being in distance learning has been for teachers. I think it's probably an order of magnitude harder on our counselors who are trying to do those interventions and get those supports in place. So I just want to thank all the counselors in the district for not just stepping it up for the pandemic, but it's kind of like your job every day, even in good times. So, thank you.
All right, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, 5-0 passes. 17B is to approve compensation adjustments. Meredith?
Yeah, and this is, trustees, when we've brought to you in the past a variety of compensation adjustments. We are working with ongoing and sort of updated data through compensation benchmarking reports. And so we've started with some new data, revised data for current year, and have begun an analysis within management in particular and classified management. And in that review, we take the sort of the initial compensation benchmarking data and then do some further analysis in terms of like positions and sort of the circumstances around those positions to bring any recommendations to you around positions or classifications. that should be adjusted really based on median total compensation. These two positions that are attached in classified management positions that are attached are sort of meet multiple layers of criteria, more than 15% away from the median, and it's sort of a deeper review around the circumstances. So we're bringing forward recommendation for two positions within classified management where we would adjust the salary range based on that compensation benchmarking data.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
This is a motion by me, second by Stacy. Any discussion, questions?
I'll just say that, thank you for continuing the strategic work that we're doing, even in the middle of the crisis. This all aligns with our strategic plan to attract, retain, and develop top talent, and doing it with updated data from compensation studies and things like that, and doing it in a measured fashion like we're doing here tonight, I think is a very sound approach, and I very much appreciate it.
All right, can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, 5-0 passes. 18A is to approve the 2020 school accountability report cards.
I think Jen has taken this one.
Yeah, so this is our annual school accountability report cards. It's a similar format to previous years, though, as you know, we do not have a lot of the data that we typically have since we did not administer state tests, and some of the suspensions and expulsions data are still forthcoming from the state. So they are updated in every other way. And we will post them on our websites and also to the state website once you approve them.
All right, thank you, Jen. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, so a motion by Christina, a second by Linda. Any discussion or questions? All right, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
All right, 5-0, it passes. Thank you very much, Jen. Item 18B is to ratify individual service agreements with non-public schools and agencies for the 2021 school year. Hi, Darren.
Hi, good evening, trustees. These are individual service agreements for special services being provided by non-public agencies for students within our district. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Christina, a second by Stacy. Any discussion?
Darren, thanks for continuing to work on this and take care of our students as it comes up. I know this is a lot of work.
Thank you, Trustee Verich.
All right, so can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
5-0 passes. 18C is to ratify amendment to the master contract with Ascend Rehab, a non-public agencies for the 2021 school year.
This one is me as well. We ended up needing to increase our service provision for students receiving speech services and occupational therapy services. And so the attached amendment adjusts our contract with one of our current non-public agencies in order to account for that additional service provision.
Move to approve.
Second.
So motion by Christina, a second by Robert. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, the 5-0 vote, the motion passes. And we move to 19A to initiate authority to develop a joint occupancy lease with Stratford School Incorporated for the Blackford School site.
And trustees, as you know, the current tenant at the Blackford School site, Harker Schools, that they will be vacating relatively soon. So we have asked the assistance of Dr. Barry Schimmel to help us secure or go through the process to secure a new tenant. And he's going to share the progress so far.
Thank you, Dr. Bravo. This action authorizes the superintendent and/or designee to develop a lease agreement with Stratford School Incorporated for the joint use of the Blackford site. Currently, the site is leased by Harker School through December 31st of 21, this current year. In October, the board issued a request for proposals for joint use of the site. We followed the legal process developed by the law firm of Dennis Walver Kelly, which included advertising 3 times in the newspaper, site walks, and a written process for answering proposer questions. The district received 2 qualified proposals, one from Stratford Schools, Inc., and the other from Wagner Schoolhouse, LLC in St. Louis, Missouri. The proposals were evaluated by a team of a person with real estate knowledge, a person with legal knowledge, and a person with facilities knowledge. And we are unanimously recommending to the board that we begin discussions with Stratford Schools Incorporated, and this will include having them sign an option to negotiate, which requires a $20,000 deposit. And then we will hopefully negotiate a longer-term lease with Stratford and bring that back to you for approval in the March 18th meeting.
All right, so before we jump in, I'm sure there are questions that are appropriate for open session and maybe ones that aren't. And so just keeping that in mind, you know, when it comes to negotiating, right?
Correct.
Are there any, do you have any questions for Barry?
Mine was, I planned to actually look this up before the meeting, and I'm sorry I didn't get to it, but I see it on my list. What grade levels is Stratford?
Stratford will be looking at a high school. It will be a new program. Stratford operates through Spring Schools. Stratford was purchased by Spring Schools 2 or 3 years ago, and they operate probably 15 or 20 sites in the Bay Area. This will be their first high school, and they should be able to occupy it because their elementary schools are generally K-8.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you to Dr. Schimmel. You've been working on this for a really long time. And
We're not finished yet.
I understand. I don't want to get too emotional, you know, but I just want to thank you for all your efforts, and I'm very happy to see this before us tonight.
Appreciated. I believe we will be bringing to the board in March a lease with a tenant that will be wonderful, and financially it will be better off than we are now.
All right, is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, so a motion by Stacy, a second by Linda. Any more discussion? Seeing none, can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, with a 5-0 vote, it passes. Thank you, Barry.
Thank you.
Item 19B is to ratify COVID-19 PPE for the 2021 school year.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Cecilia Poon, Director of Purchasing. On May 19th, 2020, the Board of Trustees approved an emergency declaration to authorize necessary actions to prepare and respond effectively to the pandemic. The district responded by purchasing the following items with the goal of ensuring safety for all sites. Line services, we ordered 3,200 desktop shields for students and staff. Medify LLC, we ordered 76 small HEPA units for certain classrooms. And from the Safe Air Zone, we ordered medium, and large HEPA air units for larger spaces like libraries and science classrooms. These items will need to be ratified as there were all over 30,000.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, motion by me, second by Robert. Any discussion? Seeing none, can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Goitia,
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, passes 5-0. Thank you.
Kayla,
Yes.
can I make a comment on this?
Yeah.
Again, this is kind of silly, but something came into my head when I was listening to Ms. Poon talk about this. Years and years ago, I tried to squeeze in a dinner party for a few dear friends right before leaving on a trip to Europe. And because I had too much on my plate, I guess, I sent out the invitations with the wrong date. So I prepared this pretty fantastic dinner and beautiful place settings and all the rest. And nobody came. And a lot of seafood did not get consumed. And I couldn't host it again the next night because I was flying out. It was entirely my fault, but I'm hoping that all of our COVID preparations are like my dinner party. You knock yourself out, you do everything possible to make it as good as you can make it, and then you don't need it. I'm hoping that when we come back, we will have done everything we needed to do just in case, but that a lot of it will come under just in case. It's never fun to spend money on something you end up not needing, but it's my prayer that we don't need all of this. And I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. What did you do with all the food? That's my follow-up question.
Well, I ate a little of it, but there's not a lot you can do with lobster and mussels and clams and things like that. You just have
You
to.
have my cell number, Linda. That's
What's that?
You have my cell number. That's ridiculous.
Alive, oh.
All right. Thank you. And then we'll move on. So 20A, it's to award a contract to Overhaul Construction Incorporated for the Lee High School Building E seismic retrofit project.
Good evening, board. We're asking the board to approve the contract. This is a seismic project at Lee High School. With the COVID and the restrictions that we have right now with students, we are looking to get some more projects done before we have students come back. This is a pretty simple project, probably 45 to 55 days. So it's pretty smooth, easy for us to get done before our students come back.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, so motion by Stacy, second by Christina. Any discussion? Eric, quick question. If we come back in February and decide we're going to go back within 10 school days,
yep,
and it's not within that 55 days, like what's that look like?
So it's not a problem, President Gallagher, because in this building E, there's the last room is the counselor for College Career Center. The next 3 classrooms are empty. And then the last 3 rooms are the student services room, which we've already relocated in the library. So everything would be fine, and we'll be fine if you come back February 1st, we're ready to go.
Cool, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other discussion?
Thanks for pointing that out, Eric and team.
Could we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Goitia,
Aye.
and Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, the 5-0 vote, it passes. 20B is to award a contract to Earth Systems for materials testing and special inspection at Prospect High School Student Union.
So board, this is for the special materials testing as we demolish the current K building and build the new building. So they'll be doing testing on all the rebar, all the metal stuff that's getting put back in the new building. So this is the testing lab that's required for DSA. And so this is the Earth System won the contract for this project.
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, so Linda, we'll give Linda the motion, Robert the second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Gallagher?
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Goitia?
Aye.
Trustee Verich?
Aye.
All right, 5-0 passes. 20C is to ratify contract with JT Plumbing for the maintenance, operations, and transportation office relocation plumbing project.
So board, this contract, we went ahead and moved the two portables. That was my former office of facilities and the IT department facilities trailer down to the other side of the property. With that, we had to do some things because of that new project there. All the plumbing that came from the maintenance yard and the bus yard was flowing all the way down towards the district office out to Union Avenue. And so we had to reconnect the sewage system so that everything on our new property line for the MOT yard, the transportation, would flow towards post-secondary and out through their sewer system out to the street. So that's what this project was about. It was all about underground plumbing and maintenance for those buildings.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, so a motion by Christina, second by Stacy. Any discussion? Seeing none, can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Gallagher?
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Goitia?
Aye.
And Trustee Verich?
Aye.
All right, the 5-0 vote, it passes, which takes us to item 21, which is board comments. We'll go back to our old school order. Trustee Aerosmith.
We're just going to keep it very brief. I feel hopeful and feeling good about what's coming up next.
Think I'm next.
Yeah, that was it.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for everybody that's been involved. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your communication. But most importantly, thank you for continuing to take care of our kids, figuring out ways to do something different when different just keeps coming around the corner.
I can't even remember the dais. We had a dais at one point, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I've been doing a little reflection in the last couple of weeks, and I realized that in my lifetime, there have been some pretty significant cultural events and things that I can remember. I remember the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr., of Robert Kennedy. I remember Neil Armstrong walking on the moon. I remember Watergate. I remember the 3 Mile Island nuclear accident. I remember the Challenger explosion. I very much remember the Loma Prieta earthquake here in the Bay Area. And I remember 9/11. And what happened on January 6th was probably, for me, the most significant thing that's ever happened in my lifetime, because we just came so close to our democracy, our republic being so frayed and being so close to losing it. But then 2 weeks later, for the day, I got up and I put on the first pair of pearls I was ever given in my life, which is a very significant thing for a woman, getting pearls. My father gave me a strand of pearls on my 18th birthday, and I put them on, and I watched the first woman being sworn in as the Vice President of the United States. And my tears of anguish from 2 weeks earlier just turned into tears of joy. And so I'm like Christina. I feel renewed. I feel hopeful. I feel like hopefully we've turned a page, and that we all understand that together we can make things happen. Divided, we fall. So
Thank you, Stacy. Linda, what do you got for us?
You know, prior to the inauguration, I was hoping for security reasons that it would be televised from a secure location indoors. But boy, was that wrongheaded, because the nation needed this piece of solid, meaningful, symbolic, and inspiring pageantry. I needed it. I can't put to words how I felt seeing the American flag used as a weapon on the stars and bars in our Capitol building as lawmakers and staffers took cover where they could. And I think that the trauma of that's going to be with me for a long time. I simply want to conclude by quoting a line I heard during the ceremonies. We are more than we have been and less than we hope to be. And I think this applies to the nation, and it applies equally well to our district and our goal of continuous improvement. And I'm very, very hopeful that the year ahead is going to be better, and I'm very happy to leave 2020 behind.
All right. I won't submit a report, and we'll move on to future planning. And we do have a small future planning thing, so don't get too excited, everyone, about adjourning. So as you remember, in our last week, a week ago tonight, we decided that on our next meeting, I'm like totally losing track of things. At our next meeting, I think it's February 4th, we are going to be talking about timelines of some of the things we discussed in our board workshop. And Stacy was going to put together can you tell I'm tired? Stacy, why don't you take it from here? Stacy has some stuff for us. We'll go from there.
Well, no, I just said I'd put together a template. And,
yeah, thank you.
And share it with you, Kalen, because between you and myself, that kind of covers the 3 work streams. And if we could align on that, then, and the template is not rigid by any stretch of the imagination. It's, you put in what you want. If you don't want to put something in, you put NA. If you want to add something, you add it. If you want to do something completely different, that's fine too. But we would create work plans for the 3 focus areas that we, right? Board professional development, strategic plan update, and diversity, inclusion, and
diversity, equity, inclusion training. Yeah.
I'm tired too.
Yeah. I couldn't think of the word template, 2 minutes ago.
Yeah. So those are ready to go, and I just think we should agendize an item for the 2-4 meeting. It doesn't have to be a long thing, but it should really reflect, and they should be work in progress plans, but just basically the things that we're going to use to track our progress on these 3 focal areas that we're going to work on this year.
Perfect.
I have one other thing, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Or unless there's more you wanted to talk about on this one.
No, so I guess Robert, I'll send that over. Christina, we'll send that over. We'll get that going. I guess we'll come in at our next meeting with those filled out. So we'll figure out some time between now and then to connect.
And Linda, I'll send it over to you since you're my buddy.
Thank you.
So the other thing that I wanted to add to the February 4th agenda, and I'm going to just bring it up here instead of just springing it on you guys, is that I feel very strongly about where we are right now, on our kind of rebounding and from everything that's happened in the last several weeks. And I feel like every elected official in this country has a responsibility to condemn the insurrection and violence at the United States Capitol on January 6th. So I've got a draft of a resolution that I'd like to bring to the board for your consideration.
Cool. So just submit that before our before that Friday, I guess, and then we'll get it on the agenda
Okay.
and go from there. Great.
Kaylin, Stacy, I'd love to see that. Have you shown it to anybody else?
I have not.
So I'd love to see it, talk to you about it, work on it.
You want to, okay. I'll send it over.
Awesome. And then Stacy, I think should we mark it as a first read, or do you want action on it on the 4th? I know this is something that came up, last year.
First read.
I don't know if you all remember, but it was the thing. So should we have, I don't know. How's the board want to organize it?
First read. I keep saying first read.
Sorry.
First read. See it.
I like I said, I think this is a big responsibility. And I think this is us being leaders. And I want to make sure that every person on this board is comfortable with the language, so that they can make their decision about whether they're going to vote in favor or not in favor. So I'm not in any rush to jam this down in one seating and stuff like that. But I'd like to leave open the possibility that that if, after some friendly amendments and things like that, that we could pass it at the next meeting.
Okay. Well, we have no rules on that, right? So I think the rule is you can introduce it for a vote. But that was something I committed to asking when people do resolutions from the last time. So now I've asked it, and you're gonna work with Robert on it, and we'll go from there.
Okay, and this is, to me, this is the way we should be doing it. We shouldn't be springing things on people in the meeting, and people should have time to, if they need more time to think things through and suggest edits and things like that. They should have time, because the resolutions, while might be authored by one or two of us, they have to reflect the direction of all 5 of us, or whoever's going to support it.
Got it. Cool. All right. So anything else under future planning? All right. Seeing none, we're into item 23, which is adjournment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion by Christina, second by Robert. Any discussion? Seeing none, can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
And Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, 5-0. We are adjourned at 10:28, which is much earlier than I thought we'd be. So congratulations, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
See you in a couple weeks.
Thank you, team.